ready to accelerate the digitalization of all our customers and partners. At Alibaba Cloud, we truly believe in what we do, and we're constantly striving to push the limits of what's possible. Welcome 2022. New beginnings, new tides, new possibilities.
The pandemic made the whole world pause. But that didn't mean we stopped moving. We evolved. We went digital, mobile, virtual, social, with new ideas, new designs, new opportunities, new innovations. And we sought out new solutions, new platforms, new partners, new customers. The only certainty now in this new world is digitalization. Alibaba Cloud is APAC's #1 cloud service provider, supporting you with cloud computing, data intelligence, mobile collaboration, and industry intelligence. We digitalize retail because we leverage our vast user understanding to create a seamless user experience. We digitalize finance because people demand even safer and more secure services. We digitalize education because today's classroom is in a global living room. We digitalize manufacturing, logistics, media, gaming, and more. For peace of mind, for you and your customers. And because every company needs innovation. The world has turned a corner, and the digital world has fully begun. Alibaba Cloud helps to be your partner in accelerating your business. Ready, set, digitalize. Accelerate digitalization with Alibaba Cloud.
Envision a great future that can benefit from more accurate and real-time weather predictions to save millions of lives, build new business opportunities, and secure infrastructure. AI technology will shape the way we live and work. Alibaba Cloud, being at the forefront of AI technology, collaborated with developers to pay attention to meteorological changes together. The Global AI Innovation Challenge Series 2021 Intelligent Weather Forecast for Better Life as a part of Project Asia Forward provided a platform that brought 2,520 teams from 36 countries and regions together. Participants worked in tandem to develop innovative solutions enabled by Alibaba Cloud technologies, including cloud infrastructure, AI, and machine learning to improve human life. Let's understand two of the projects of this competition and their experiences.
We are from Team Salt Bay. Salt Bay is an AI-powered salt production capacity prediction tools for smallholder farmers in Indonesia.
So most of the salt farmers here in Indonesia rely on sunlight in producing their salts. So it is obvious that climate affects their production rate. We believe that the correlation between climate and salt production can help to maintain or increase national salt production. And that will create benefits, especially for the salt farmer themselves.
We use AI to help salt farmers to predict their production capacity rate. And the second, we also use computer vision to detect the idle ponzo.
I think that Global AI Innovation Challenge by Alibaba Cloud is a perfect place for us to realize our idea.
Because it helps us to deploy a scalable application. And the second is the machine learning platform for AI. It helps us to train our model, to build our model, and to maintain and deploy our model at scale.
We are from the monsoon team who created Chlorophyst. With Chlorophyst, we want to help the fishermen to find the right fishing area and to provide the guidelines regarding a safe area for them to pass.
Currently, data of chlorophyll A is very limited to cover the large area. So we use AI and machine learning to solve that problem.
And the problem that we found is that the territories with high location quotient value for fishing industry unfortunately have low production volume instead. And by joining Alibaba Global AI Innovation Sharing Series, we challenge ourselves to propose the solution of that problem.
And in this project, we use Alibaba Cloud ECS to power our chatbot backend system. And we also use ApsaraDB for storing the data, like the maps and analysis to be broadcasted.
The challenge showcased various projects related to crop production predictions, global flight delay predictions, UAV-based wildfire detection, and many more to highlight the value of AI-powered weather forecasting and green innovations. The intent at Alibaba Cloud is to constantly connect technologies, intelligence, and developers worldwide to change the world for the better.
The world is about to change. Are you ready for what lies ahead? Because we are going full throttle into a new digital norm, where it becomes the pulse of all future businesses, the lifeline of every economy, brains of cities, and heartbeat of enterprises. This pulse will unlock new modes and empower new ideas and innovation. Our heritage has already kept us ahead of what's next, even when the world paused. We never stopped. We never gave up. We went fast forward, ahead into the future, and became the digital metamorphosis that went beyond borders. The pulse of digital economy will elevate. The pulse of new business will accelerate. The pulse of new industry models will ascend. Together, we will co-create the new world, because we are the pulse of digitalization.
Innovation is in our DNA. Innovation gives us the tools to evolve in a fast-moving and constantly changing environment. We continually explore new innovations that redefine technology and push the boundaries of what's possible. Technology innovation is central to everything we do. As the world's leading cloud technology provider, we create cutting-edge technologies in cloud computing, AI, data intelligence, mobile collaboration, and cloud-integrated IoT to solve critical challenges in business and society. Our innovations bring future-focused solutions to life. We support businesses through their digital transformation journey so they remain at the forefront of innovation. We help drive the future of retail through seamless online and offline integration, virtual experiences, and robotics. We build the evolution of finance with robust infrastructure, digital servicing, agile development, and trust at core. We inspire creators to build bold new worlds in the metaverse and Web 3.0 to design the future of connectivity. We transform global sports events for the new digital era. Ecosystem innovation brings the minds and talents from around the world to progress and succeed. Our closely interconnected network of partners share technologies, knowledge, and values to develop new possibilities. The joint efforts with the tech community prompt more to code a new path. We are committed to offering green technology to meet the exponential demand for low-carbon digital transition. By making the technology more accessible, we act on the right things for those in need and for the society at large, and we empower the next generation of game changers. Change is the only constant. We are changing the way people come together, accelerating progress to enhance individuals, enterprises, and society. We're inspired to create value and accelerate innovation all over the world. Alibaba Cloud is building the future of cloud computing with tech for innovation.
Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien.
I created I Am the Code to give young women and girls from deprived communities a chance to have an opportunity in life. Technology has no class, no gender, and no age. Our partnership with Alibaba Cloud is to provide free courses to the African girls. By the time they finish, they all want to become scientists and pilots and coders and developers. They become proud of themselves and they become independent.
There are new ways how to experience the Olympic Games, how to experience Olympic competitions.
Alibaba Cloud Services will also serve as a key driver in our effort to drive digital transformation of the games
Diabetic macular edema is a leading cause of blindness, compromising the patient's quality of life. By improving the effectiveness of the anti-VEGF treatment, we can save millions of lives from deteriorating. With the support of the Department of Medical Services, Ministry of Public Health, Thailand, the Asia-Pacific Tele-Ophthalmology Society hosted the 2021 Aptos Big Data Competition with Alibaba Cloud.
Therefore, will be the unique platform for ophthalmologists, healthcare professionals, computer engineers to exchange knowledge and experience in healthcare, digital care, telemedicine, artificial intelligence, and also the future of AI-enabled healthcare.
The competition focused on building a machine learning model for predicting anti-VEGF treatment outcomes in patients with diabetic macular edema to help ophthalmologists customize treatment plans and ensure timely and effective treatments. Being at the vanguard of AI technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your...
Because they work very extensively on setting up this data competition. They also help us respond to the participant. People, so we got thousands of submissions in, but then they have a question. So they actually did not just provide space, like storage space, but also help us respond to these people properly. So we just, if the question is difficult, they pass to us. So actually they help us handle majority of the question, and we just handle the most difficult part.
AI technology can predict the severity of DME disease. Alibaba Cloud intends to bring developers across the world to use their AI platform, build algorithms, and solve real-world problems. The presented models at the competition built on Alibaba Cloud's platform could enhance the efficiency of DME diagnosis in tele-ophthalmology programs, promoting better visual outcomes.
So this is kind of like this second competition is kind of add up to the first competition. The first competition we use random images, which is more popular for determine which patients may need to be seen by ophthalmologists. And if they actually come for treatment, well, for example, if they have diabetic macular edema, they may need a lot of injections, a lot of treatment. And it would be nice if we can predict the injections, predict the treatment, predict the number of treatment, and predict the outcome of the treatment. I think these two competitions from the Asia-Pacific Tele-Ophthalmology Society are examples of using technology to solve the problem of eye care.
Let there be sight. Let there be light.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we still have extra seats on the left of the screen. So if you can move inside, you will find more seats here. And don't worry, we're preparing more seats for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we are experiencing a once-in-a-century transformational event, the digital era. Since the first day of Alibaba Cloud, we firmly believe that cloud computing accelerates this evolution with unimaginable power. For more than a decade, we committed to exploring new possibilities of cloud computing by focusing on core technologies. The most advanced cloud computing architecture. Modernize your data infrastructure with global leading all-in-one data management services. Be future-ready with our out-of-the-box data intelligence capabilities. Enable smart decision-making with game-changing machine learning and AI platform. We help pave a digital path for global businesses with world-leading security compliance qualification and large-scale global infrastructure across more than 200 countries and regions. From powering the world's largest shopping festival to the biggest global sports events, Alibaba Cloud collaborates closely with more than 11,000 partners to serve over 4 million customers worldwide. In this digital era, cloud computing unlocks the power of imagination, like how electricity powered cities in the 20th century. Cloud computing is redefining the world we live in. And this is just the beginning.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2022 Alibaba Cloud Summit right here in Phuket, Thailand. So you're here with me, Saruda Chusi. I think that would be too hard for you to remember me. Just call me Guitar. I will be your host throughout the day. And it is with my great pleasure to welcome you to Thailand. Sawadee ka. A big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Not all for me, but for yourself, for this event that we are here gathering. And it's lovely to see you face to face with us right here. And of course, This summit this year, we come with a theme of tech for innovation. So we have brought various industry leaders with us here. We have our technology experts with us, and of course, our like-minded innovators like you joining us as well. So for 3-day excitement filled of experience, we are prepared with deep discussions and all interesting information. I think we have everything right here throughout these 3 days. We have about cloud computing, digital intelligence, cutting-edge technologies, business innovation, of course, cooperation as well. So many more to come right here. So I guarantee that you're going to have a great time with us with all the fruitful information we have prepared for all of you. So before we continue with all the information up here, I think it's best that I have our welcoming video right here from Jeff Zhang. He's the president of Alibaba Cloud Intelligence and head of Alibaba Damo Academy.
Distinguished Dr. Pasakon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to have you at the Alibaba Cloud Summit. Cloud computing is becoming an important driving force in digital economy. Today, it's my honor to share Alibaba Cloud's development strategies and our latest technology innovation with you. First, we will continue to invest in cloud computing and global development. Consumption, cloud computing, and globalization are the 3 key strategies at Alibaba Group. We are focused on cloud computing to provide support for digitalization in all different areas. Since 2014, Alibaba Cloud has started business in global areas including Asia, Middle East, and Europe. Last year, we launched 7 new cloud data centers in Thailand, South Korea, Indonesia, the Philippines, Germany, and Saudi Arabia. According to Gartner and IDC, Alibaba Cloud's market share was the top 3 in the global cloud computing market in 2021. Our market share has grown steadily for 6 consecutive years and is now the top 1 in Asia Pacific with a market share of 25%. Alibaba Cloud is the exclusive official cloud service partner of the International Olympic Committee. We have supported Tokyo 2020 to become the first Olympic Games that will broadcast live through the cloud. This year, our partnership makes Beijing 2022 the first Olympic Games with all its core systems running on cloud. It marks the first time for the Olympic Games that all the on-premises hardware have been replaced by cloud. This greatly improves operational efficiency and saved plenty of IT resources. In addition, we have delivered immersive viewing experience to over 2 billion audiences around the world with the support of AI technologies. In the near future, our technologies and solutions will once again play a significant role in Paris 2024 Olympic Games. Secondly, we will continue to lead the development of cloud computing by focusing on core technologies. We believe that technology is always the driving force behind the new business models that change the future. Therefore, the investment and strategy layout on core technologies is always our top priority. We launched the world-class cloud-native processor and Alibaba Cloud Server that was all developed in-house. Those achievements demonstrated our ability to innovate and optimize software, hardware, infrastructure, and core components in our cloud service. According to Gartner 2021 year-end report, Alibaba Cloud ranking first in Earth infrastructure and products. We were also named as the champions in 4 key categories: computing, storage, network, and security. This year, following the trend and the demand for digitalization, technologies such as big data analytics, AI, and IoT are more widely used in business. Cloud companies all over the world are focusing the same challenge raised by the explosive growth in data volume. Traditional CPU-based architectures we are no longer keep up with the rising feature demands. Therefore, we have developed a new generation of computing architecture with CIPU, the Cloud Infrastructure Process Unit. This architecture delivers higher bandwidth with much lower latency than traditional architectures. With hardware-software integration, it greatly improves the overall efficiency of cloud computing and continuously powers the digital innovation across industries. Thirdly, we are building localized digital ecosystems to better serve our local customers. Alibaba Cloud always places customers first by leveraging our years of experience and cutting-edge technologies. We provide scenario-specific solutions and products to serve customers around the world. We have set up regional teams in the overseas markets to provide native service to our local customers. We have invested heavily in the development of local ecosystems and have made efforts to cultivate local digital experts and support more companies in developing innovative applications. We have set up our first overseas innovation center in Malaysia, which serves as a one-stop innovation platform for Malaysian SMEs and developers. Here in Thailand, we partner with the National Telecom to accelerate the development of digitalization solutions. Last but not least, we are committed to developing green, sustainable cloud computing infrastructure. Organizations all around the world are making significant efforts to balance between economic development and environmental protection. Alibaba Cloud is all committed to the goal. Our global network consists of data centers across 85 zones in 28 regions. At such a great scale, it's a big challenge to reduce our carbon footprint. Thanks to our liquid cooling, power optimization, and intelligent O&M technology, our data centers have achieved the lowest PUE of 1.09 and an average PUE of 1.2. According to Carbon Trust, Alibaba Cloud's data center releases 85.5% less carbon emissions compared with traditional data centers. As digitalization continues, moving business to the cloud will be an important way for enterprises to reduce their carbon footprint. Moving forward, we will continue to increase our presence in overseas markets and provide better digital products and services to support more enterprises to go digital. Alibaba Cloud will always be committed to explore new possibilities and delivering innovative digital technologies for a better future. Finally, I would like to thank the Thailand government and our partners for hosting this conference with us. I would also like to thank our customers for your continued support of Alibaba Cloud. We truly hope you enjoy this event.
A big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Jeff Chang, for your warm welcoming and, of course, all the global information about Alibaba Cloud for all of us here this morning. So as, of course, we're here in Thailand, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Pasakon Bratthobut. He is the Senior Executive Vice President of the Digital Economy Promotion Agency, Thailand. Please welcome, sir.
Very good morning. Please allow me to take the mask off. So, Mr. Mahathir Aziz, the CEO of Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, Selina Yuan, President of Alibaba Cloud Intelligence Internationals, distinguished speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Thai loyal Thai government, I am very delighted to be here to give the opening speech. So you know, it's the very first time after the pandemic that we have face-to-face in the international conference. Thank you for choosing Phuket. And thank you, Alibaba, to set up the data center in Thailand. I know that you have set up in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines. That's good for ASEAN countries, not only Thailand. I appreciate that to help drive the digital economy. So let me use this opportunity to show you, to share with you the direction of Thailand to drive the digital economies. So I show you the promotion plans because I'm from DIPA. DIPA stands for Digital Economy Promotion Agency. So by the names, our role is to promote the digital economies. Let me should take the slide, please. So here, you know that the pain point of the today, the economies, not only for the old ones, but for the new ones. We have a lot of the disruptions. I do apologize. Do you have the English versions? I'm not sure if you can, because I revised the slide with the English version, but I'm not sure if you can show that the new one. Anyway, I try to do the translations. Okay, let's just bear with me. So we faced a lot of the difficulties, like a trade war, or not the trade war, but the real war from Russian, the pandemics. Okay, anyway, I use this one. So we have a lot of pain points, how to drive the economies. Let me show you the structure of the economics of Thailand. You see the pyramid. Yeah? The top of the pyramid is the large enterprise, and the middle is the startup and SME, and the bottom of the pyramid is a farmer in the agricultural area. So, but you know, the contribution to the GDP is from the large enterprise, not from the middle or from the low bottom part. To drive the countries, we need to empower this part and empower this part. How? Of course, digital transformations. We need some kind of technology, cloud computing, 5G, AR, VR, a lot of opportunities, but everything is based on data. That means we need a good cloud, an intelligent service from the cloud. How to do the transformation is not just the word. We need to transform, beginning from the manpower. We need the talent. We need them to understand. Even the farmer, how they can utilize the digital technology. Today, they can drive the drone to spray the fertilizer. That is the beautiful of the digital era. Even the pandemics, we have the delivery systems, we have the mobile apps from work from home. So many benefits from the digital. So here our focus, not everything, but for Thai, the sectors that we're focusing is in fintech, finance, education, agriculture, travel, healthcare, and industry, manufacturing industry. So it's the major industry that we're focusing on. How? We use the power of SME and digital startup to working together with us. The large enterprise or the global player like Alibaba, so they are our partner, but the major driver is this guy, startup and SME. So we do the transformation and create the ecosystem, or we call it a smart city. Smart city is a region-based. Because the pain points come from the region, not from the government, the federal. So we have to work closely with the people. It's like a people-centric, customer-centric. I think it's the same theme with the Alibaba Cloud, customer-centric. So we also citizen-centric, based on the smart city projects. And here, I'm sorry. Frankly speaks, this is the old version of the presentations. Okay, this is the picture of the what we have done so far in the last 5 years. We do the manpower to empower them, beginning from the C levels to awareness, less awareness for the people, to reduce the digital divide, make them the digital literacy. This is some digital ecosystem. We're working together with the big companies and academic institutes, global players, and local players to drive the ecosystems, many laboratories that we support. And here also startup. We also the VC. By our act, we can co-invest to the private sector like a startup. So here today we have 130 startups in our port. So that is the new era that governments can invest in the startup companies. To drive the SME, agriculture, and street vendors. Let me skip some slides. Here to show you that we transform the factory, more than 200 factories, 10,000 CSME, and 245 communities. This community, but we do transformation not only for the business part, but also for the communities as well, all around the countries. And here is the Smart City project. And you see that we have a city around the country. Today we have 30, this is the old version, we have 30 smart cities in the programs. The government support the funding budget, and the BOI also support the tax exemption for the company that provide the service in the cities. So this is benefit for both private and in local government. Local government get the funding, the private sector get the tax exemptions from the BOI, Board of Investment. Here's some picture. Phuket here is one of the smart city, one of the 30 smart city. We do have a lot of activities going on around the beach, the CCTV, the smart pier, and based on their pain point, so starting the citizen-centric, and then find out the technology to match. Technologies come last, the pain point come first. And this is kind of smart city ambassador programs. So we trainings the new graduate students. Today, we still have the project with 150 cities joining the program in Bangkok. So we train 150 students and let them go back to their hometown to develop, to help the mayor to develop the smart city. Because the new generation, they are keen to learn the technology better than our age, like me. This is another ecosystem in EEC, Eastern Economic Corridors. So we create this ecosystem for the global player and the startup to working together in the same place. And if I would like to invite you to set up this office here, and you gain the benefit from the BOI, the tax benefit. And also, you can work in closely with the local partners and the big companies up from abroad. So this is the next 5 years. Beginning from next year, we start to think about the technology in this picture to drive the economy in Thailand. So I may not go in the details, but let me show you. Sorry. Please go back to the slide. Okay. This is a digital economy promotion of smarter plan next year, 2023. For the next 5 years, we are focusing in 4 strategies, 4 pillars. The first one is manpower, and it's quite aligned with Alibaba Cloud. So Alibaba Cloud have the project to groom, to talents. This one is from Alibaba. Talent empowerment with cloud big data knowledge. So it could be aligned with our strategy on the manpower development. The second one is about the economies. The third one is about the society, and the last one is about the ecosystem. For these ones, with Alibaba Cloud, we can utilize the services, the intelligence service. I have seen on the booth outside here, after the break, you can take a look. A lot of opportunities, a lot of the intelligence service, advanced technology. So we can utilize the services to transform the traditional economy to high-value digital economy in Thailand. Not only digital economies, but the real sectors. And here's for the societies. Energy, social governance, so it's very important. So we want to reduce the carbon as well. So we want to, develop our society, not only the business economies. And last but not least, to local and cloud native, multi-cloud. It's very important because the local cloud, sometimes something like a fintech, the security of the data, we cannot store it outside the country, so it should be stored domestically. So it's very important that Alibaba Cloud offer the local cloud, so we can store the data with the security reasons. And the multi-cloud, that is good because with the multi-vendors, it's like a seamless integration between cloud service providers. So it's easier to integrate, to start the service. If they have another vendors of the cloud, we can move to Alibaba Cloud seamlessly because of the multi-cloud services. So that is the big picture of the economies, digital economy in Thailand in the next 5 years. I hereby open the summit, and I wish that you have a very successful and fruitful summit. Enjoy your stay in the beach in Phuket. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Pasakon Prathombuddh, sir. Thank you. He's the Senior Executive Vice President of the Digital Economy Promotion Agency, Thailand. So, of course, sharing us here the opening remarks and our master plan for the next 5 years as well in Thailand. So next on stage, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mahathir Aziz, CEO of Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. Please welcome, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. I think Dr. Pasakon, Selina, the rest of, Alibaba, clients, top clients, partners, and also the rest of the entire ecosystem coming out and turning for this Cloud Summit for Alibaba. Again, my name is Mahathir. I am from the organization called Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, or MDEC for short. Not that much different from Dr. Pasakon himself. We are an equivalent of DIPA, or in Singapore, it's IMDA. So at least that would be something that is quite close to what you're having today. I do have a bit of slides to share. Plenty of slides that Dr. Pasakon has shared that could be and should be similar. We are all thinking about the same thing. Coming from the government, I think there's a lot of initiatives, there's a lot of intent in terms of trying to help the ecosystem grow. Whether it is our people themselves trying to go digital, and next to the companies heading towards growing the economic pie within that digital space. I do want to thank, first of all, Alibaba for inviting me here. My second chance, honestly, they had a Cloud Summit in KL, I believe last month. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it. So I missed the one in KL, I get to enjoy Phuket. So thank you, Thailand, thank you, Alibaba. Okay, just a bit sharing. This is quite common as far as the kind of food that we have. And this is something extremely sweet. It's more of a dessert kind of thing, some sweet stuff. Maybe there's variations of this in Thailand and around the ASEAN region. We call this nasi pulut, or in some places, pulut. So it is glutinous rice. It is something that we actually cook and then chill them in the fridge. But before we get to do that, we added one big thing, which is the yeast. And that basically is something that you add to this thing to make it happen. You had the rice, you had the coconut milk, you had the water as well, and then you put the yeast for that chemistry and that chemical reaction to happen. Why I share this with you? I think that is the part for the digital economy ecosystem. We have the talents, we have the companies, we have the traditional industries, like you said, and these are sectors. And then within that, we have the government that creates policies. We have the agencies that implement a lot of these policies and programs and drives and support in terms of funding, infrastructure, and then all the other facilitation services. Then next to it, we have the private sector. Alibaba is just one of them. There's plenty of that, not only in Thailand, but I think across the world. And then we have the startups. Very, very good point on the startups. So these are the parts where they tend to mix to make it happen. Same thing with the rice. What we need is something catalytic to create reasons for it to do things. I saw at least in one, we have a few promoted sectors, or not promoted sectors, but focus sectors for Thailand, very much on the agriculture, and there's also smart city. Not that far different than what we are doing. So this is again how we see digital ecosystems. We have all the ingredients, we need something to catalyze that for it to happen. So again, having the right ingredients is a good start, but we need to be able to create connectivity, create the kinds of collaboration, create the kinds of togetherness for us to be able to work together in order for us to actually achieve this. As far as positioning of Malaysia within the region, yes, we are multicultural, multiracial, multi-religion as well. I think this is a good mix, and ASEAN is generally, not just Malaysia, but ASEAN essentially is that melting pot of many things. And besides being one of the growers, the fastest growing region economically across the world. A bit on Malaysia, I don't want to share too much on these things. We do have a blueprint, the Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint that was launched in 2021, exactly slightly more than a year ago, almost 2 years old. So one of the things that we wanted to grow is again, very much on the digital economy contribution to our GDP. Currently, we are sitting at about slightly less than 23%. The idea is to grow that to more than 25% by the year 2025. So that, from a national perspective, is a goal that we are aiming for. We've had programs, again, from the government, very much along the lines of the government transformation program, the economic transformation program before this, and then we have a few more blueprints. But again, this is where we can be a bit more critical. For some Malaysians here, I do speak frankly as well. Malaysia especially, I don't know about other countries, we are so good at creating documents. It's about implementation, it's about being able to deliver what we committed to. So this is where I come in. I just celebrated actually my 1 year, first anniversary at MDEC. So I think this is the part where I want to be able to take the opportunity for us to actually change the landscape, update this. Because there are some numbers that we have achieved or overachieved. So the targets are a bit low. We want to be able to move up with the rest of the ecosystem. Some of the intervention, we talked about agriculture. So in Malaysia as well, it's the economy that based a lot on agriculture, but has moved up. So agri-tech or digital agriculture in one form or another is something that is enhanced due to technology and digital intervention. So ladang is plantation in Malay. So it is about taking some of the existing initiative and programs and the farmers themselves to be able to work within this. So we have this reliance and the use of utilization of technologies like IoT, big data, we have AI and things like that, besides the use of drones as well. So again, the stories are, you will hear this thing. It's quite similar in terms of how we are trying to improve our traditional sectors through the use of technologies. We do have startups that have made it. Obviously, I think regionally and globally, people know the story of Grab and how they left Malaysia to Singapore, which is fine. We are still working with them. It's not about you belong to this country or you belong to another country. Grab is an extremely good partner of Malaysia. So they have worked very much with MDEC recently as well as part of our programs that we run domestically. Carsum is the latest one. I think regionally, I believe they are or have expanded into Thailand as well. They were in Indonesia as well to support on the used car selling business. And this is quite big within our region. So Grab is something that we support very, very much, and we don't want to just stop there. We need to create more unicorns. We look at Indonesia, we look at Singapore, we look at Thailand. These are our examples for us to be able to do this. And it cannot be just one country. It has to be an entire ASEAN region that grows with the support from investment coming from other parts of the world. So that is the whole idea. So it's not about being inclusive and just keeping everything and developing yourself. So we need to be able to help develop together with the partners. Again, the use of drones, I spoke a bit. This company called Aeonic used to be called Polar Drone. They used to be extremely small. I know the owner is a personal friend of mine. We work together very much into using, developing and customizing DJI drones for plantation services. So this is one sector that we are also looking at in terms of areas on spraying of pesticides, spraying of fertilizers, tree counting, and also other interventions that would have been done and require a lot more labor and foreign labor in Malaysia. So again, Dr. Pasakon touched a bit on COVID-19, the lockdown, pandemic, and things like that. So a lot of these things have shown many of us that with technology, we can still work. We can still get things happen. So we don't rely, we blocked, I mean, like most countries, we stop and close the borders a bit for people to come in and leave. So it's a bit hard for us when you have an industry that is labor intensive and also dependent very much on foreign labor. So the use of technologies like this is something that is extremely good for us. At the same time, we do a bit of corporate innovation. This is a program that we call Malaysia Innovation Exchange. Basically, we have within the context of what was presented earlier, we have the large enterprises. At least in Malaysia, within the Malaysian context, we have the Petronas, the Tenaga Nasional Utility Company, the banks, including the central bank as well, and other organizations within all these popular and key traditional sectors who are throwing and doing corporate innovation for their own benefit. So what we are trying to do is to match those corporate issues, problems or problem statements together with the startups that we already have. The story of Malaysia and how we did this basically began quite a while back. So we have built quite a number of companies. At least within MDEC itself, we have today roughly about 5,000 companies that are either still startups or scale-ups. So these are the kinds of companies that we try to match to that. And then we need to bring this and blow this up, at least at national level, much better if it's a regional level. So then we can share all the solutions and resources and also something that we can export. At the same time, no country, and I've said this and I'm sure you can all agree, no country can exist without foreign investments. So again, there's also that pitch for us where we fit within the ASEAN ecosystem in terms of investments. We are working very much on digital investments. Lately, the spike is very much on hyperscale data centers. There's a lot of, I think, your partners as well, GDS, for example, bridge data centers, that have shifted or expanded, rather, into Malaysia. Very, I think, specifically into the southern state of Johor, which is right next to Singapore. Very much for strategic reasons for that. We are also looking at possibilities of expanding that into East Malaysia, so the states of Sarawak and also Sabah. Again, looking at the dynamics and the context that Indonesia is also moving or will be moving their capital to that Borneo island. So again, we are trying to help the rest of the other countries and partners in ASEAN together. A bit on creative content. This is quite, I think, big, what do you call that? Strong points of Malaysia. We have exported many of these things. At least in Indonesia, Upin Ipin is extremely popular. We are exporting our animation into Japan as we speak today, in the form of Mekamato, other types of intellectual property in terms of animations and creative content that we have. We do have 2 events coming up. One would be creative, and the other is Level Up. Level Up is coming up actually in a couple of weeks. So a bit of promotion on that. So do come down to KL for something like this. We are organizing this, and creative will happen next month. Okay, in terms of doing this, I think a bit, I'll just touch this without sharing this. There's plenty. You can talk to me. You can also look at the website. We launched Malaysia Digital quite recently, and this is a successor initiative to the Multimedia Super Corridor that is already 26 years old. Very, very old, a bit outdated. So when I came in, what I wanted to do, let's refresh this, let's keep up with the times, look at our friends, see what they have to offer. We complement them. We don't compete with other countries or other agencies and things like that. Let's complement and let's look at new ways of doing things. 25 years ago, 26 years ago, Malaysia, and not just Malaysia, but around this region, we don't have that much IT or IT companies. Today, hundreds of thousands of startups and unicorns are being created within this region. So let's see how we can leverage on this thing and do this together. So I'll touch a bit on this, what we call pemangkin. It's, again, that yeast that we talked about, the catalytic nature of projects. So we do have digital nomad. I know in Thailand and Indonesia as well have this. We just launched this last week at the World Congress of Innovation and Technology, or WCIT 2022, in Penang, Malaysia. So we launched this as an additional program to support this, very much to help our tourism sector recover from this. I came here, this is my first time in Phuket in, I think, 3 or 4 years. So very thankful that I get to come here again. I used to come here almost every year. And I mean, our equivalent to this and very close neighbor is Langkawi. So I was there end of last year when Langkawi bubble opened, just like how Phuket bubble opened. It was devastating to the tourism sector. So we need to be able to do this. At least within Malaysia, this is something that we want to offer for the visas and permits for digital nomads to work. Big one, digital trade. Missing one letter there, it's not trade, it's trade. This is something that we started roughly about 5 years ago. And believe it or not, this is something that we started with Alibaba. MDEC and Alibaba very much on the digital free trade zone. An initiative that was big. Even Jack Ma came down to Malaysia with the Prime Minister Najib then to launch the project, and actually it is currently operating today. We are reviving some of these things, trying to bring it up, so I think that's the kind of conversations that we will have with Alibaba on this side. I spoke about the focus areas, don't need to touch that, very much on digital economy, very much on trade, and also smart cities and the likes. There's a whole set of literature that we have. A bit on the cloud programs that we are currently running together recently with Alibaba, very much on Create. Again, a specific challenge and then rewards that we give out to startups. At the same time, there's a lot more commitment coming from Alibaba in the forms of data centers. There's also support for the awareness and cloud adoption. So this is very much in line with where Malaysia is going with this. Thank you again for the new innovation center that you opened there. We need to take it to the next level and give it a bit more context and purpose for something like this. So, again, as I end this thing, I see that that particular yeast or that catalytic thing is where we need to depend. When we launch Malaysia Digital, we think big. We think about possible things that we can do. And a very big part of that is the collaboration that we should have, the partnerships that we should form and strengthen. Private sector, Alibaba is right there to support us on this. We are looking at other players to come on board in terms of looking at possible projects and catalytic projects and programs that we want to be able to do. Again, this is more like a teaser. We will have more conversations. My team will be coming to Thailand. They're supposed to be in Bangkok today as well. So other places, we are reconnecting with our friends. We are forming and re-establishing all these partnerships that we already have. So thank you very much for your attention. We would like, I'll bid you a good day today and have an extremely good event. Plenty of things that Alibaba is doing that we are very excited and very much want to have those kinds of conversation. So again, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us up here on the stage, sir. And we're more than welcome to have you joining Alibaba Cloud today and for also enjoying the beaches right here in Phuket as well, for everyone too. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome up on stage Selina Yuan, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence International President. She's going to come up here and discuss about tech for innovation. Please welcome.
Distinguished Dr. Pasakon, distinguished Mr. Mahathir, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sawadee ka. So this is really my great pleasure to have you all of this after just 3 years of pandemic, the very tough period. And today I would like to upgrade how about the Alibaba, our globalization. I think since the year like the 2014 and the group have the, we decided to issue our globalization, this strategy. And now we have the main three strategy. One is consumption. Second is cloud computing. And the third is globalization. So among them, you can say we really, fulfill the top two, the strategy, cloud computing and the globalization. So that's why we are going to make our great efforts to support our global clients and partners to go together for the digital journey. The first thing I would like to share with you our data centers globally. And I would like to report to everyone, in the last years, and we have the expansion, our overseas data centers we build the new data centers in Thailand and in Philippines and in Korea. And we also expand our data centers in Indonesia and in Germany. So that means globally we have the more data centers to support our customers and to experience our cloud computing and so many products, solutions, and our capabilities. And based on this, I think that another very important is compliance support. If we do really want to share our technology, our solution for our local customers, the very important part is we are going to have the very strictly compliance strategy. Actually, we already have our dedicated compliance team, and globally, and for the region, for the industry, for the different local country security law, we are fully compliant. And by far, we already have the over 120 qualifications. And in this part, that means we really, we execute the in-country and the full country. That means we really think that globalization is localization. And for this compliance part, we always put the top priority to make how we can support the global and the local customer have their business locally grow well. And based on this, how we can support our customers to be more successful in the digitization, the very important part is make our features much better and make our performance good enough to support all of this happen. And they can introduce the cloud computing and the artificial intelligence, big data, and so many advancing technologies. This evaluation from the third party, from the Gartner, from the Forest, you can see, and we keep on our, the great efforts for the R&D part, for our solution part. So keep on in the leading the technology part. This is why from the full prospects and how to the strengthen and speed up the cloud engage with the business part. The one is we have the more solutions. All of the solutions is the accumulate from our so many years, the industry really the best practices. And second is performance. The very important part for the cloud computing part is the core operation system. Definitely, we have our own operation system. Based on this, we build the more stable, more the elastic and the sustainability. All of this, this capacity and also the ability to support and all of our customers. If you choose us, it can really feel more safe. And surely the business running in our platform, the more stable and more secure and more sustainability. Yeah. And another is we cannot go along for this journey. We have there is really we want to have the more friends, more partners with us. So that's why globally we now have 11,000 partners. This is very important. We have really the ecosystem bloom up together with us. And another very important part is ESG. And the group already announced we have the ESG, this strategy. That means not only just for the business, for the technology part, we really take the reliability for the society part. And we choose our technology to make the carbon emission, to make the more green energy to benefit the society. And also, that's why in this part, we really want to speed up the cloud computing and combine with the business and make everything and make the more contribution for the carbon emission part, have the more energy for the whole society. And another all of this is, as Jeff mentioned before, we upgrade our, the basic, the fundamental, the technology strategy is a CIPE. That means we have the higher performance and lower, the latency. And all of this is a very fundamental part for the cloud computing. It's we can have the, the higher performance to show the business, the running and the operation. And among them, everyone know Alibaba, we have so many the business like from the internet. So that means we really work our talks. So we have so many the best practice. So that's why we are so mature, the solutions and the end-to-end, the how we can introduce the cloud native the technologies. It's not only just from our own best practices, and also we have the overall, so many the customers globally, and we contribute this end-to-end the cloud native management and technologies, products, solutions to our customers. And this is overall of our, the globally, the customers, what we have. From the different industry. And this is also cover more than 200 the countries and the regions. I really appreciate our every customers and partners, especially in the last very tough, 3 years period. We work very closely and continue to make the digital journey go well. So even we create together for some, innovative solution for the different scenario. Some the business, some like how to improve their business, the model from the traditional one to the offline and the online together. Among this, I would like to give the one typical cases. Everyone now, we have been the Olympic Games exclusive partner for the cloud computing part. So that's why we have supported the Tokyo 2020 and the Beijing 2022 Winter Games. The Summer Games and the Winter Games, there is a very, some so different. Yeah, also so many challenges there. How we can support these games, have the digital technologies to ensure everything's. And even, in the Tokyo part, I have been there and no any attendant. No any visitors there, just the work staff there. And how make sure the fans can really have the continued interactive communication and shares with these super the sports. And we also created with the committee, the Japanese committee, IOC committee, and the Beijing committee to make so many the innovative, introduce the technology part. Basic part is really the cloud computing. And we say it's really the first time the Olympic Games have them on cloud. And also, we have some to support the broadcasting. Not like the journalists, they need to very heavily equipped on site. It's introduced so many. So it's much like the light part. And also we have introduced virtualize some technology to make things happen and support these games going well. And another I would like to say, all of this, as I mentioned before, it really will count on our partners. Really appreciate our partner together with us. Actually, we have the strategic partners, and besides this, we have the technology partner and the channel partner and service partners. I think for the future, we are going to have the more partners, especially locally and in the one country, in the region. I think that is very important. Because I think the region, different country, whatever, we are so embrace the digitization, but there is still some, differentiation, some, experience, some customers' business is, some different. And how we support us, we need to have our local ecosystem and the partner together. So that's why I would like to announce we are going to have the $1 billion, this USD dollar this program for the coming 3 years. So with this, I really, thank everyone. So in the coming 3 years, we would like to really, speed up our partnership and looking forward to have the more fruitful partnership with our partner and give the, the better service to our customers part. Finally, I would like to, share some customers' voice, and really behind this is all the support, all the great effort together with our partners. Thank you.
The challenge for a platform like RCTI Plus in the beginning is how do we deliver seamless experience for our users in any given network situations. And second part is how do we deal with concurrent traffic coming in at the same time.
With Alibaba Cloud, we are now able to auto-scale in real time and deliver quality programming at any capacity.
So we're excited to partner with Alibaba to provide the best possible OTT experience to our user in Indonesia, and we'll continue to expand even more.
Danamu is a gateway to agriculture technology, and Danamu provides an ecosystem for the farmer. We employ a lot of IoT technology using Alibaba Cloud technology, and then we help farmers to gather information from the farm to help them to do a right decision when it comes to crop protection and increase their yield. During pandemic COVID-19, farmers facing a huge cut on their labor. With the help of IoT solution, farmer no longer depends on the physical checking on the plant. With the help of Danamu on Alibaba Cloud Computing System, now farmer can enjoy affordable IoT solution to be used in their farm.
Why we choose Alibaba Cloud? Because their leading retail solutions, rapid implementations, their ability to deliver rich B2C, B2B2C, and online to offline e-commerce experiences, hands-on training, and also unparalleled digital ecosystem. Big data and data analytics help K Group have significantly more informed decision-making and greater results in our marketing and customer engagement. We aim to double our existing loyalty customers using Alibaba Cloud loyalty and CIM platform, as well as drive higher quality engagement and shopper traffic.
Can I have a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? And thank you very much to Selena Yuan once again. She has outlined our visions and, of course, updated all the latest innovation. Of course, very good news for the 1 billion support to our customers as well. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, I have two important gentlemen that would come up here on stage. Well, let me introduce at the same time to welcome Dr. Jia Yangxin. He's the Senior Fellow of the Computing Platform BU, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence, and Head of the System for AI Lab, Damo Academy. And of course, here on stage, we will welcome Dr. Huang Ruirui, Director of Cloud Architecture and Chief Architect of Infrastructure Products, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence. So please welcome on the stage, Dr. Huang Ruirui. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ruirui Huang from Alibaba Cloud, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here today. I'm really happy that I'm actually be able to actually co-present this keynote speech, which is titled "Back to Basic," and I can't wait to share with you on some of the fundamental technological breakthroughs that we have here in Alibaba Cloud, along with the products and new capabilities that we've added to bring more value to our customers. And also, since I'm the co-presenter, there's Dr. Jia Yangxin as well. Now, unfortunately, due to unforeseen traveling issues, he cannot be here with us today. But again, thanks to the technology and the cloud, We'll still be able to connect with him, and then he will be presenting the first part of this presentation, where I'll take over. All right, so without further ado, I give you Dr. Jiang Qing.
Dr. Pasacon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. Jeff and Selena outlined the vision and global business strategy of Alibaba Cloud. My name is Yang Qin. On the technical side, I'm a veteran in big data and AI. Together with my awesome colleague Ray Ray, we'll take a technical perspective without diving into too much niche details and share with us our thought on how the cloud should go into the next generation. Now, once upon a time, if you want to have an online presence, you need to run a computer cluster. You need to plan in, purchasing, deployment, monitoring, scaling, and there's a constant fear of either underutilization or overutilization. Today, this has changed. Almost all the organizations have discovered that you don't really have to directly manage a computer system in order to use it. With the elasticity of cloud, we start worrying less and less about planning and focus more on the needs and growth of our own business. From an enterprise perspective, when done well, this saves a lot of trouble. It means that we're able to offload things that we're not good at, running a cluster, and focus on what we are good at, the real business. Just like we don't need to learn flying airplanes to come to Phuket. Efficiency is the key here. Now, of course, this is a rosy picture, and over the last few years, cloud has grown really complex. New technical terms emerge before we can grasp the ideas. Is cost automatically going to be efficient as long as we move to the cloud? How do we rethink the way we combine different resources and deploy software? These questions haunt us as well as our clients. With the years of growing complexity, we want to go back to the very basics and also the fundamental question: what pain points do we want to address for cloud? From a technical perspective, it boils down to two things. One is the way we think about resources. Instead of carefully planning the purchase of machines, logistics, and painful IDC management, one can basically pull up cloud virtual machines, containers, and other resources in an elastic way, and voila, we're on to business. The second thing is the way we think about software. Instead of purchasing, installing, deploying, and manually maintaining the software stack, we could use cloud software, Cloud PaaS, as a fully managed service, and voila, we're on to business. Those two simple needs cannot really be addressed easily by basically saying, hey, you know what, why don't we just put things on the cloud? And so let me tell you what we have been doing along these two axes. The cloud came in different waves. In Cloud 1.0, the key is basically distributed architecture. The fast growth of internet companies created a key challenge. The traditional mainframes don't really scale easily. As a result, we went from a centralized mainframe to a distributed architecture using distributed computations, virtualizations, open source software to very quickly scale a single business to tens of thousands of servers. Now that leads us to Cloud 2.0, which moves on to the mindset of resource pools. If there are multiple businesses, can we share the resources so that if someone is using a lot of resources and someone is not, we can basically just amortize the cost? In addition, if we take a finer grained view, can we decouple the key technical components, such as general compute, storage, network, etc.? And can we make utilization much better than a single cluster for a single business kind of model? Now, cloud providers in the Cloud 2.0 era responded with a software-defined approach for hardware. All these hardware components are decoupled and offered in an elastic way. The architecture allows for unified resource scheduling and orchestration, and as a result, availability and scale got much better. The Cloud 2.0 structure makes sense, but it has a fundamental technical challenge because the problem lies in cost efficiency. Now, Cloud 2.0 is built on the idea of resource pools and decoupling. Decoupling brings cost. Whenever you add a layer, there is cost involved in it. As two very exemplary examples, today a lot of the cloud instances are virtualizations, virtual machines. Virtualization takes on overhead. A remote storage isn't going to be automatically as fast as a local storage, and yet the fast adoption of cloud is calling for much lower overhead in these cases, lower latencies, high bandwidth, etc., etc. Now, if you think about it, conventionally, who's solving these cloud orchestration problems? It's CPUs, right? CPU sort of takes care of everything. There's a bit of heterogeneous compute, like GPUs for AI, but really, the center up to now is CPUs. The challenge is that CPUs are really meant for general purpose computations and not really for cloud orchestrations, the moving data, virtualization, security, network, and things like that. Our solution is to build another piece of hardware for cloud orchestration. Virtualization, storage, heterogeneous computation, networking, data encryption, security, etc. A few years ago, we started with virtualization. We have an architecture called Shenlong. And today, we are expanding it to all these aspects of cloud infra. That is the CIPU Selena talked about just now, the Cloud Infrastructure Processing Unit. We believe that this would be a core driving force for the cloud to go to the 3.0 era. With CIPUs, we are able to offload a series of cloud infra needs onto it. A few of such examples include Shenlong, the virtualization layer, which is among the first to be built and represents a large amount of workload that we have on ECS today. Pangu, the storage layer, to fully separate the storage and compute and allow one to very flexibly integrate different types of storage media, remote SSDs, the object storage, the glacier storage, etc., without losing too much of the performance. Luoshen, the network layer, benefits from CIPU with a native RDMA solution. Conventionally, RDMA has to be really associated with physical machines, and virtual network isn't something easy to build. With CIPU, we can do that. And of course, we could build full hardware-based encryptions and decryptions on I/O links and making cloud computing more secure at its core. We call this stack the Apsara kernel. On top of that, we build a series of infrastructure as a service, which further supports native cloud software. As a result, resource-wise, what we could achieve is a performance the same as, if not better than, physical machines, with a much higher scalability, availability, and agility. Software-wise, the different types of resources that forms a service could be much easier. For example, one can simply combine a general-purpose storage and big data compute to form a data lake or data analytics platform. And such resources could scale individually to maximize efficiency. We see similar trends in databases, analytics, AI, and container-based application deployment. Without further ado, I'll hand over to Ray Ray, who will talk about the technical deep dives and awesome product features on both the resources and the software front. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Yangqing, and I'll take over. So just like my title suggests, right, I'm an architect and I'm an engineer at heart. So next, let's go through our architectural diagram for Apsara Cloud Operating System, layer by layer, and I can't wait to show you some of the technological breakthroughs and capabilities that we have here in Alibaba Cloud. So first, let's take a look at in details for each layers within the Apsara stack, and we're going to be starting with the highlighted Apsara kernel. Within the Apsara kernel, we actually have four distinctive and equally important components, and all of which are actually supported, just like Yangqing mentioned, by our CIPU. Now, CIPU is really a key part of our next generation infrastructure innovation. Without burdening you with too much technical details, let me share with you a few key numbers that we could achieve. First, in Shenlong, which is compute, we can achieve a zero virtualization overhead. And not only that, we actually added acceleration for key workloads, and while keeping the elasticity of millions of nodes all running at the same time, and an availability of 99.975%, which is industry leading. Next, in Pangu, which is our storage engine, we achieve a durability of up to 12 nines, and then for reliability, up to 5 nines, both industry leading in our object storage service. And also at a latency of only 30 microseconds in the case of PLX, performance level X, ESSD elastic block storage. Also industry first. Next, in the Luoshen, which is our network engine, our network infrastructure actually allows us to deliver elastic RDMA to elastic compute instances at a latency of 5.5 microseconds. And this is the first in the industry where we can actually have thousands of machines, thousands of instances are all connected by default via RDMA network. All of these are, of course, achieved with high level of security, right? We can do all these great technological breakthroughs, but if we don't have secured cloud environments, none of them mean anything. So overall, we've shown end-to-end performance improvements with CIPU on cloud compute, cloud networking, cloud storage, as well as security, all combined. And when we're looking at some of the applications we have, we see end-to-end performance improvements ranging from 20 to 60% in common scenarios, such as index, database, big data, and AI inference. So next, let's move up a layer. I would like to share with you some of the new products and capabilities at the Apsara-based service layer, which are built on top of Apsara kernel platform capabilities. First, based on Shenlong, let's take a look at our elastic compute instances. Our ECS, Elastic Compute Service, provides best-in-class compute instances to our customers, including our newest G8M instance, which is built on top the world's first ARM v9 architecture processor. In this instance, not only it brings speed up, visible speed up in various applications, such as 200% performance increase in NGIX, 80% in video encoding and decoding, 30% in data analytics, and 40% in AI inferencing. Not only that, we actually achieve a better overall cost effectiveness. So if we're looking at performance per dollar ratio, in certain cases, that can increase by as high as 100%. So that's significant. On the right-hand side, we have our generally available 7th generation compute instances. And we want to bring the best-in-class security capabilities, namely trusted computing as well as confidential computing. And I'll have you note that we're not only bringing it at the hardware level, we're at the bare metal level. We're actually bringing it at the virtualization level as well. We're able to provide to our customer a virtualized TPM for secured, assured environment, as well as a virtualized SGX for protecting data in use during runtime. And all of which are actually generally available on our 7th generation compute instances. Now, let's move on to storage. Let's take a look at what's new in storage. Based on our Pangu storage engine, we'd like to introduce to you world's first enterprise-class block storage eSSD products with AutoPL. Now, some of you may ask me, what is AutoPL? PL is actually short for performance level, right? For as far as cloud computing industry has existed, when you're actually looking at cloud storage, essentially there's always a tightly coupled factor. One is the performance, which is the IOPS, the throughput that you have, and another is the capacity, right? Essentially, the larger the capacity that you're actually choosing, chances are the better the performance indicator there is. With AutoPL, thinking it as you're driving an automatic transmission car, this is the first time in the industry that we're able to actually decouple the performance indicator and the performance numbers with our capacity. So essentially what it is that if you choose AutoPL, when your workload actually has bursting requirements or bursting needs, it can go from 100,000 IOPS to 500,000 IOPS to up to 1 million IOPS without you doing anything. So this has proven to be very popular among two groups of our customer employee base. One is their O&M personnel. They don't have to worry about keep on changing, reprovisioning, and also just generally redeploying their applications. They choose AutoPL, it'll just go along with it. And not only it goes up, when your need goes down, it'll go back down as well. So overall, it's cost effective. And speaking of cost, it's actually very popular with procurement process personnel as well. At the beginning of each year, there's a budgetary concern. And then during the procurement process, one have to think, am I over-provisioning my resources, therefore wasting money? Or am I actually under-provisioning my overall resources? Therefore, it would hinder my growth, especially when there's a spike of demand, right? And that is really tied back to what Yang Qin was saying. We have to rethink about cloud resources. Cloud by its nature is elastic, and that's why we actually have AutoPL. So overall, AutoPL is an economical, simple, and convenient way for customers to handle burst business workloads. Additionally, our enterprise class ESSD provides world's leading capabilities, such as multi-attached shared disks, as well as NVMe-based I/O fencing technology, which can help users greatly reduce storage cost and also improve overall business flexibility as well as reliability. I'll give you one example, right? Multi-attached shared disks as well as I/O fencing, together, they're actually really useful for customers that's actually using worker rack or SAP HANA solutions. All right, let's move on to network. I'm happy to announce that based on Luoshen, our cloud network service actually is able to actually build a very unified global network. And now we actually provide cloud-native multicast capabilities to our customer. So multicast is actually commonly used for live streaming, video conferencing, financial transactions, and so on and so forth. So this is very useful for our customers. And multicast is actually available for our Enterprise Edition transit router service. Next, we're also announcing a new generation of load balancer, specifically called NLB. NLB, or Network Load Balancer, it provides high-performance Layer 4 network transit load balancing capabilities. Additionally, for our CN, which is our core cloud enterprise network, we're actually upgrading it from 1.0 to 2.0. And what's the change here? It's becoming more intelligent. Essentially, within our CN 2.0, not only that you have a turnkey-ready solution to connect your different networks across different regions without doing much of a setup, but now we actually have a built-in network policy intelligent engine that you can actually set up smart policies for your network routing as well as your network management and configurations. And on top of that, we're actually making an NIS, or Network Intelligence Service, available to our customers. Now, NIS is actually something that we've been using internally for a number of years, and now we think it's actually ready to be provided to our customers so that they can also enjoy end-to-end intelligent and turnkey-ready fault diagnosis with visual cues to our customers so that when our customer has a globally connected network, they can easily see where the bottlenecks are. Overall, a robust global network with wide and security coverage, such as 5G connectors, as well as private isolated networks, private links, connecting different VPCs with explicit customer authorization control, as well as cloud-native built-in network security features, such as web application firewall into our load balancer, such as anti-DDoS capabilities to our global acceleration product line. So overall, we're actually building a wide, better connected, easier to use, more intelligent, and more secured global network. And speaking of security, right, none of this matters unless we can actually create an overall comprehensive cloud security architecture. And that is why I want to share with you today our cloud security architecture is comprehensive and it's actually data-driven. It is driven by the global threat intelligence data, as well as it's actually driven by just the general data that we have on our cloud platform. And together, we're actually serving more than 3 million enterprise customers and providing day-to-day security protections for them. And as Selena was mentioning, right, we also obtained more than 120 different global compliance certifications as well as qualifications, making us one of the most comprehensive cloud service provider in this category. Last but definitely not least, we cannot do this alone. So we have more than 100 security partners working with us and providing security solutions to our, to our customers, making sure that their security needs are actually met. All right, Now let's move up one more layer. So far, I want to just pause a little bit, right? So far, I've talked about the kernel layer as well as the App Store-based products. Essentially, these are, generally speaking, IaaS products, infrastructure as a service, right? So that's going back to what Yangqing was saying. Let's rethink about how we can actually deal with cloud resources. Can we provide more elasticity? Can we make it more secure? Can we make it more performant? And so on and so forth. Now let's move on to how do we want to think about software, right? And naturally, we'll actually move up to our App Store native layer. Essentially, we want to think about how to actually better deploy software on top of the cloud-native infrastructure that I've just introduced to you. So let me share you with a few examples. Next, I'll be talking about database, data analytics, AI, and serverless deployments. So let's first take a look at our one-stop database solution. And this is our database portfolio. Due to the time, right, I'm not going to go into every single detail, and we can spend all day here just talking about this one slide. But overall, when someone's actually looking at a one-stop database solution, what are we looking for? What are the technical challenges we need to solve? Generally, there are two. One, can it be elastic enough? Especially when sometimes in database usage model, you have to scale up your compute needs, but then you may not necessarily need to scale up your storage needs. So elasticity is the key. Second, how easy or how difficult it is to manage your database because you have millions of records, if not more. So at its core of our offering, what we offer is a set of cloud-native database products to you guys, including such as OTAP, PolarDB, and PolarDB-X, and also OLAP, which is Analytic DB, and our proprietary multi-model product, Lindorm, and many more. Unlike conventional in-house database solutions, the cloud-native solution's nature is actually that we actually have the decoupling between compute instances as well as storage instances, so that whenever you actually need to scale up your resources, you have the freedom to choose either one of them or both, but they don't have to be coupled tightly together. Imagine your transaction workloads has a surge due to business growth. Well, nothing to worry. You just simply spin up more database instances, compute instances, right? And then slowly going linearly scaling up your storage instances as you need. In addition to the core database itself, cloud native also means that we can have a centralized one-stop database tooling kit, namely management. So to this end, we have provided a series of cloud database services. DTS, T for transit or transmission, and then DBS, B for backup. DMS, M for management. These make data ops fully managed and serverless on our cloud and allows us to build a series of solutions and best practices and provide values to our customer. So today, I'm happy to be here and announce two products for database solutions from Alibaba Cloud. The first one is PolarDB-X. This is a database with share nothing architecture to our international customers. It provides capabilities of running in ultra-high concurrency while achieving low latency. And then with a high throughput while providing easy to manage and cost-effective data storage. And providing good elasticity and consistency, strong consistency, to support large-scale distributed database usage scenarios. It also provides enterprise support, such as multiple AZs with an RPO of 0. Additionally, it is actually highly compatible with MySQL, while being 100% open source on GitHub. For those of you that are interested, you can go on GitHub right there with that link and start downloading PolarDB-X source code. The second announcement from Alibaba Cloud in database department is Lindorm, which is a cloud-native multi-model database available to our international customers. Specifically, Lindorm actually offers a multi-model database engine with native SQL support, and is 100% compatible with HDFS ecosystem. For multi-tap data processing tasks, it can actually handle virtually everything: white columns, time series, spatial, search, file, and so on and so forth. Additionally, it also provides hard-code data tiering, automatically tiering of the storage tier, so that we can actually solve the problem of massively amount of data, and then you have to pay the huge cost, even though some of the data are actually code. In many cases, most of your data are code. And additionally, right, when we're actually talking about highly concurrent, massive amount of distributed workload, we're talking about massive amount of data, right? How do you actually store all this data in a single volume? Well, in the case of PorterDBX, you don't have to. Its highly distributed nature and its shared nothing architecture basically means that you can distribute all your database workloads distributedly. And we have complex algorithms to make sure that your data are evenly stored in each and every single storage node, thus effectively reducing the amount of data you need to store in a single volume. Make it easier to manage and also overall cost effective. Now let's move on from database to data analytics. Now, so data analytics, we have conventional data warehouse, which we have in-house capabilities such as max compute and holograph. And then overall, data warehouse generally enjoys the efficiency and also the scalability of an in-house cloud-native solution. And in more recent years, we actually start seeing more data lake capabilities or data lake solutions. And we actually provide that as well. In our Data Lake 3.0, we have our object storage service as the universal storage engine and actually supports up number of open source data lake engines or data processing engines. So overall, while conventional data warehouse actually enjoys the elasticity, efficiency, and scalability, data lake actually enjoys what? The flexibility and also a slew of open source standard processing engines that you can readily use. But why do you have to choose either one of them? You don't have to. And that's why we're actually combining them together. We actually provide a comprehensive lake house. All right, so essentially the lake house solution actually fits different needs of analytic needs. So if you want to go more on the warehouse, for example, offline processing of X byte of data, then you use our max compute. And also we have our holographs. Holographs is basically a real-time streaming a data processing engine where you can actually chunk through streaming of data in a matter of milliseconds. And then whenever you want to use data lake, that's fine too. We have our EMR, EMAP reduce. And then our EMR service actually supports all of the standard and industry standard engines so that you can actually do your data lake capabilities and also actually doing the data processing within the data lake 3.0 framework. So what's different then? Why do we call it lake house, right? What's new here? What's new here is that whatever things you see on this diagram, all of the data are actually connected. So previously, you have to make a choice. Are you using the more open source and more flexible data lake solution, or are you making more of the in-house data warehouse solution? Now you don't have to make that choice, and you don't have the problem of data silos. Data silos basically means that your data is actually tied to a particular engine that you're using, and later on you want to use another engine. Everything you see on this diagram, all the data are connected, and that's important. And another thing in data analytics world that's often overlooked, but yet just as important, if not more so, is the way that we actually carry out our data management, right? How do we keep track of what data processing job that we have queued up? How do we schedule them? How do we actually track the lineage of the data, data flow, and so on and so forth? And that is why we actually have a solution called DataWorks. All right, now without getting into too much details, I'll give you one number. Within Alibaba Group, 1 in every 3 employees is using DataWorks. Okay, 1 in every 3 employees, and then every day, our employee, within Alibaba Group, they're actually using DataWorks, combined with the lakehouse data processing technology that we have to do data analytics and going through X bytes of data and making sure that we actually unlock the true value of data. All right, and then within the data analytic world, today I'm happy to announce real-time compute for Apache Link. So we have made real-time compute for Apache Link available to our international customers. This service provides enterprise-class features while being fully compatible with open-sourced Apache Flink. And it has great scalability and parallelism to handle any amount of real-time compute needs. Essentially, what we're saying is, we can actually go through tens of thousands real-time computing tasks in parallel and within seconds, and with sub-second delay for each task. It is also very efficient, so efficient, such as with one single CPU core, we can actually handle hundreds of thousands of data records in each second. It is also worth noting that real-time compute for Apache Flink is recognized as a strong performer in the market in the most recent Forrester Wave report. Okay, so we've covered database, we've covered data analytics. Combined, they actually unlock the capability or the possibility to utilize the data and unlock the true value of the data. And what are those? We have to use AI. And so on top of the data analytic platform, we have built a full cloud-native AI platform called Pi, Platform for AI. And within Pi, as a developer, one could use a fully managed notebook service to design models, run explorations, and then finish the training. And once the trained model is ready, you guess it, it can actually deploy it onto our cloud resources, right? See how software and resources must be tied together. So overall, right, such a platform actually serves as a software backbone of our AI stack and serving Alibaba's own retail recommendation system, as well as cloud applications such as autonomous driving and AI for scientific research. So over the years, we have concluded, or we have summarized the way that we look at AI, and they can be summarized in 4 S's. So essentially, we have to ask ourselves, and also this is the goal for us to achieve. The first S is scale. We have to scale up in terms of the number of data that we can handle, and also in terms of the number of models that we can handle. And also speed. The speed one can actually develop and deploy such model. And the best way is really to use our cloud-native Pi platform, and then it can be, for whatever model that you want to run, it'll just be deployed right away without any interruption to our cloud resources. And then there's simplicity. The simplicity must be there for the customer and also engineers to discover and utilize such AI pipelines. And then there's scope. It's really the range of business scenarios that it supports. And together with Alibaba's Demo Academy, we provide a series of pre-packaged AI solutions and AI models and applications so that customers may just choose them as off-the-shelf, ready-to-use applications, and they can build their application and business operations on top of it. The last, but definitely not least, within the software domain, is containers. So with a consistent container service, which we call it ACK, short for Alibaba Cloud Container Service for Kubernetes, we've made the deployment of applications on the cloud ever easier than before. Imagine you'd like to create an online presence of your business, really any business. Our products such as Service Mesh, Microservice Engine, Message Queue, as well as our app engines would make it easy to orchestrate a wide range of resources as well as hosting a wide range of different applications. You'll also be able to find standard DevOps tools such as Prometheus for monitoring. And of course, the database analytics, AI resources that I've just mentioned. And they're actually ready for you to use at your fingertip. A few numbers to share with you today from Alibaba Cloud's business, and as well as Alibaba Group's business. As many of you may know, Alibaba Cloud now is the backbone, the technology backbone, and the only computation backbone for our Alibaba Group. All of Alibaba Group's workloads are 100% deployed on the cloud. And they are deployed, you guessed it, using ACK. So all in all, we have millions of containers. And quite possibly, this is one of the world's largest, if not the largest, overall serverless deployments. And through our own experience working with our Alibaba Group's internal customers, we see that there's an 80% reduction in the overall cost per transaction. And also there's a 20% increase in terms of development efficiency. So both of them are actually very significant. So overall, our goal for ACK is to offer consistent container service anywhere, regardless of on cloud or on premise. So in the spirit of consistent service anywhere, or in other words, to realize our one Aperture architecture, deploy everywhere goal, we are actually announcing CloudBox to our international customers. The CloudBox is a new generation hybrid cloud infrastructure. Essentially, it's actually a rack of machine where it's actually deployed and delivered to our customer. And it can be deployed on-premise in customers' data centers or even their office site. Essentially, what it is that it is an on-premise deployment of our public cloud, which is a natural extension of our public cloud. And it's actually remotely connected back to our central cloud for remote management, as well as remote maintenance and updating, and so on and so forth. So CloudBox can provide local computing and processing power, and most importantly, local data storage, while still enjoying all of the benefits, great benefits of public cloud. You're always up to date, right? Someone's always maintaining and managing the cloud infrastructure resources for you, while you actually have this CloudBox on-premise. So the CloudBox is a natural extension, like I said, to our public cloud, and it provides 15 great products, ranging from infrastructure as a service to platform as a service capabilities, while keeping them to be consistent and unified with our public cloud product offerings and user experiences. In other words, when you're actually doing development work, the API that you see is exactly the same in CloudBox versus public cloud. When you're actually using the products through a user console, right? The user console will look exactly the same. In fact, when you're actually using CloudBox, even though it's on-premise, you can still link it and use it through our alibabacloud.com. So with the additional of CloudBox capability, Alibaba Cloud's Aperture platform can be deployed in our own data center, to the edge locations, and to on-premise locations, such as customers' data center. Hence, how do we actually manage all of the deployed applications or deployed softwares in all these different infrastructure resources? Well, we have to, and this is our goal, we have to provide a uniformly managed capabilities to all of our resources across the space. And that is why I'm proud to present ACK Anywhere today. ACK Anywhere is an overall technological strategy that we have. It is a complete solution that supports unified management of container clusters in various places, such as public cloud, edge cloud, and on-premise cloud, even including other clouds. As long as you have a conformed, as long as you have a conformed Kubernetes cluster, then you can actually register it with our ACK1 uniform management mechanism, and then you can manage the cluster as if they're actually on our cloud, where basically you manage the overall cloud resources as well as software deployment, right? We want to look at cloud resources regardless of where they are, but you want to manage them in one scoop, in one stop, so that there's no gap in terms of O&M operations, there's no gap in terms of security operations, and so on and so forth. Of course, with ACK running on top of Alibaba Cloud's native infrastructures, it has its unique advantages as well. For example, we can actually provide, through synergy as well as, code development between our hardware as well as our software, we can actually offer best-in-class performance, such as 20% better performance in compute-intensive applications, and a 50% lower network latency. So that's very significant as well. And then for heterogeneous workloads, such as the ones running on GPU, we can actually increase the overall resource utilization rate by 100%. Basically, that means customer would actually save more money. They don't have to buy as many resources to achieve the same job. So, as I mentioned, ACK Anywhere, right? ACK Anywhere's goal is really to provide a unified management of container clusters in different regions, including on-premise data centers. In order to achieve that, we are announcing ACK1. So ACK1, as the name suggests, it is Alibaba Cloud's distributed cloud cluster management platform. It provides a unified cross-regional cluster management capabilities, and also a unified disaster recovery capabilities, and also a unified scheduling capabilities. And with ACK1, one of our customers, such as Vivo, the mobile phone maker, has achieved a much faster delivery, so resource delivery and scheduling schedule. From, in terms of like, month, it's really coming down to days, so down to 90%. And also with a significantly lowered computing cost. Additionally, right, for ACK, we would like to bring our AI capabilities and then actually have AI capabilities better on our container clusters. And that's why we're actually announcing ACK AI Suite, which speeds up customers' ACK clusters that uses heterogeneous computing resources, such as GPU. Specifically, with ACK AI Suite, if it's in place, we're actually able to actually bring down 35% faster data access rate. So when you're actually doing training, it's actually faster for you to actually gather the data. And also 20% faster in terms of distributed training performances. And also, like I said, 100% increase in terms of resource utilizations in GPUs. So today, so far, we have already covered new ways to think about cloud resources and new ways to think about software deployments. So in parallel of these two, one major aspect of cloud, and without it, cloud wouldn't exist, is really our open source ecosystem. And over the years, we've set our open source strategy into 3 parts, namely embracing, contributing, and also creating. In terms of embracing, there are many open source projects that we have benefited from the community, right? Such as MySQL, such as Hadoop, such as Kubernetes, TensorFlow, and PyTorch, and so on and so forth. And then this leads to our active contributions, right? Contributing to the community as well, such as, I've mentioned Apache Pass. So this is actually something that we basically contributed to the Apache Foundation, okay? And then with our experience in open source growing, we're actually in the process of open sourcing some of our core technological products and capabilities that we actually delivered and developed proprietarily, such as PolarDB, PolarDB-X, and also our open and knowledge Linux operating system. So overall, number-wise, we've gained around 2,700 GitHub projects and more than 1 million GitHub stars. We fully believe that cloud wouldn't exist without open source, and we are committed to be an active member to the community. We've concentrated on our core, and we've come back to our basics to rethink about cloud resources, to rethink about the overall software deployments. Above all, what truly excites us and what really drives us to go back to basics and rethink about the fundamentals is that the opportunity for us to actually pair up with our customer and actually bring values to them as well. I'll use Singapore Post, or SingPost, as an example. Over the years, SingPost has been running on multi-cloud resources, and that brings unique challenges, such as how do they actually have a unified management system for all of their resources? Or can they actually have a unified resource pool so that they can actually increase the overall utilization rate? And also from a software point of view, they want to use open yet state-of-the-art softwares to increase their overall data processing capabilities, as well as to meet their business operation needs. So that's why we're proud to be able to work with SingPost in order to consolidate most of its cloud and on-premise workloads. In terms of resources, Alibaba Cloud actually provides a unified infrastructure that supports the overall operation workloads. And so we have unified infrastructure, which leads to better scalability, reliability, and the ease of management. And of course, our big data and AI software solution is more than sufficient and efficient to actually apply our capabilities to their, for example, parcel, mailing, and so on and so forth operations. So overall, that was a great success story. Allow me to quote Mr. H.K. Poor, CIO of Singapore Post. The key reasons behind this strategic partnership are the broader Alibaba ecosystem, its proven technologies, and understanding of the logistics industry, and overall, their can-do attitude. We are deeply honored by these words and enthusiastic and excited about being able to contribute our cloud to the global economy. As an engineer at heart, I truly believe we're actually making the world a better place. So to recap, what we have covered today is the Cloud Infrastructure Processing Unit, CIPU, as the core of cloud infrastructure innovation, making the next generation of cloud, especially cloud resources, much more efficient. Also, I've covered a series of infrastructure product innovations in compute, storage, network, and security domains. Also, and a native modular software stack, including database, data analytics, AI, and also serverless containers. So overall, on a more personal note, this is the 14th year of Alibaba Cloud since we first writing the first line of our code, which is Apsara Cloud Operating System code. And now we are actually one of the largest cloud providers in the world. We believe, our belief never changes, right? And every single time I'm thinking about this belief, I'm getting a little bit emotional. But essentially, we believe that we have to always look into our roots, right? Thinking about the principle that we want to follow and go back to the technological basics and fundamentals, understanding customer fundamental needs and roots problems to continue to rethink the way that we think about cloud resources and also continue to rethink the way that we think about software deployments. And overall, that's how we can build a better cloud to better serve you, our customer. Thank you so much, and I can't wait to see what we together will build in the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hong. Really thank you for all your fruitful information that you have shared with us on the stage. That was very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And for now, our next sessions here, I have our keynote speakers that I would take this time to introduce all three of them at the same time, but one by one, they would come up on the stage. First, I would like everyone to please welcome William Xiong, Vice President of Alibaba Cloud Enterprise Service Cloud, along with Raymond Xiao, Head of International Industry Solutions and Architecture, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence. And lastly is Logan Guo, Director of Digital Product VP. And all of them, they're going to discuss about our technology highlights and product launch. So please welcome on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. This is William Xiong. So today I'm very pleased to talk about Alibaba digital innovation solutions for carbon neutrality. As you know, at this point in time, we are facing very serious climate change with deep impact. So one of the key factors of this climate change actually is the carbon emission. At the same time, we are facing global energy crisis. So in this domain, what are the actions that are being taken by Alibaba Group and by Alibaba Cloud? So we can answer also, what are the solutions and products Alibaba Cloud is providing in that area? So to start with, I will talk about Alibaba Group Carbon Neutrality Action Plan. So in the end of last year, we have released our carbon neutrality action plan. Basically, it composed of three aspects. The first one is Alibaba Group is committed to make carbon neutrality into our own operations by 2030. The second action is we will be working with our upstream and the downstream partners and the value chain in order to reduce the intensity of carbon emission by 50% in 2030 compared to the baseline of 2020. And the Alibaba Cloud will be the key digital infrastructure to make that change. And in addition of the traditional scope 1, 2, and 3 from the carbon emission perspective, we are also innovating in the concept of a scope 3+. So what's 3+? So basically, in addition of Alibaba Group own and direct value chain, we are also providing the digital infrastructure and to facilitate the reduction of the carbon emission in our ecosystem. So basically, in the next 15 years, by 2035, we'll be able to reduce 1.5 gigatons of GHG emissions. Okay. So now let's look at the digital solutions we're providing from Alibaba Cloud in that regard. So there are three aspects. The first one is we'll be providing a carbon vision product. So this is a product that allows our customers, either on the public sector or big clients, to monitor in real time their energy consumption as well as the carbon emission. In addition of the visualization, we'll be able to also to define the goal about carbon emission, when to reach the carbon neutrality. And also, we'll be able to define the strategy, define the path. And our system will be able to also forecast what's happening, whether we take additional actions or we need to correct our current actions. The second product is our energy experts. I'm very pleased to announce that actually during the past year, we have released this product already. 1,700 enterprises utilizing this platform to do two things. The first one is reducing the energy consumption. The average, we can reduce the energy consumption by 10 to 15%. How to do that? Basically, you know, for the room like this, or airport, or asset facilities, we'll deploy the IoT sensors in different sensors to capture the temperature, to capture the humidity, to also get the numbers from the electric meters. And based on those data, we will calculate the optimization based on our cloud-based SaaS platform. And then we will write back those optimization commands back to the controllers, for instance, to the air conditioning, to the lights, and so on. So this is one aspect of Energy Expert. We'll be able to reduce the consumption of energy consumption. The second aspect is really about carbon footprint. Carbon footprint, actually, we provide an out-of-box SaaS platform, allowing our clients and partners to calculate for their product the carbon footprint, right? By defining the model along the way with the entire life cycle assessment. And also, we'll be able to work with global partners to certify those carbon footprint after optimization. And those clients, based on this certification, will be able to transact and also, you know, obtain a certain carbon labels. And this is out of box we provide. And sorry, can just come back. Okay, the third aspect of our carbon neutrality solution is about, in addition of providing those carbon vision and energy experts, we are also providing a community product that encourage also the public to be sensitive about the environment issues and also adopt low carbon behaviors. So now let's look at the product of Carbon Vision. So Carbon Vision, as I mentioned, is really this carbon neutrality management centralized platform. It's able to do a few things. The first one is we make the overall carbon emission and the energy consumption visible, and with aggregate data at a global level. The second aspect is we'll be able to analyze those data by drilling down into each of the sub-entities or regions or locations. The third one is, you know, a lot of companies actually are defining their ESG strategy, right? Want to reach the carbon neutrality. And we'll be able helping them to define their goal, and also we define the strategy, how to achieve that. Now let's look at a demo. So this demo, we show a regional deployment of Carbon Vision, and this will be, you know, showing the global emission from the aggregate data level, and we'll be able to drill into detail. What are the industries emitting the most, right? What are the trends according to the timing? And also, we can analyze different sectors, different emission sources, and so on. So this is the overview, right, about energy consumption and carbon emission. And this is the, you can analyze from different, dimensions and also to view the emission sources. And we can drill into more detail according to different dimensions, sectors, industries, locations, and so on. And also we can detect the abnormal emissions and make the advice how to change the strategy, how to modify. And also we'll be able to, according to the current trend, to forecast the future trend. Okay? And in the end, we'll generate a report. You know that a lot of companies need to generate or to provide the ESG report, right? With this platform, actually, we make it happen, but in very precise and very precise way. And we'll be able to calculate, right, all the trend and the forecast as well. So this is a carbon vision product. The second product I will describe more into detail is our energy expert. Energy expert really has two aspects, as I mentioned. The first one is energy saving. So energy saving will be depending on the hardware. So we will need the IoT device, as I mentioned, to be deployed and to capture the different data from the humidity, temperature, from the meter consumption, and so on. And we define the energy plan then for the enterprise from two aspects. One is consumption. The second one is production. So basically, not only we forecast and define the best way to consume, but also we manage the clean energy production with solar, right? One side is production, another side is consumption. So we forecast how to define the right energy strategy for the enterprise. And with this strategy of optimization, so capture the data, optimize on the cloud-based SaaS platform, we write back the optimization command to the controllers, which means that we build an end-to-end automatic capability to let the enterprises to optimize their energy consumption. And the second aspect is about carbon management. So carbon management, there are really a few aspects. You know that more and more the countries and the regions adopting very strict carbon emission restriction and regulation. Give you just one example. Starting from this year, in European Union, actually they set the carbon tariffs in few products, like aluminum, like plastics, and so on. So depending on the level of carbon footprint, actually the companies and exporters need to pay different level of carbon tariffs. So it's becoming more and more important. And also, since, as I mentioned, this platform is provided out-of-box, which means that we allow our customers and enterprises to directly calculate the carbon footprint according to the end-to-end chain about their production. So from the selection of the materials, as well as the different steps of the production as a product, we assess those carbon footprint, and we obtain the initial value. After that, the system is able to provide optimization iterations. So we'll optimize this carbon footprint throughout different strategies. And in the end, once optimized, we work with global certification organizations, such as Vera, VCS, or GCC, and also CCI in China. So those carbon footprint will be certified. And once it's certified, as I mentioned, we can obtain the label, carbon label, meet the exportation requirements. We can also make it transaction in the carbon market. So this is recognized globally, since we are working with the global certification organizations. And also the fact that from the collection, data collection, to the optimization, to the calculation, everything is happening online. It makes the certification much easier to be obtained. Now I will make a demo about energy expert, not on the energy saving part, but on the carbon side. So this is a platform where we can analyze for a given enterprise the total carbon emission, and also we'll be able to do the inventory. So from the past year data, and also we can define the new strategy for this year, right? So we collect we allow our customers actually to operate independently, which means that we provide a out-of-box SaaS-based platform, allowing the customers to define their model. For instance, this is an article, right? And the enterprise can define this life cycle assessment according to the production. For each of the production steps, the client can define the input parameters taken from the authority database, and then to calculate the carbon footprint. In the end, we can obtain this report and work with the certification companies and get it certified. In the end, we obtain this example of carbon label, and you can share and put on your product. Okay, so after describing at high level the capability of our products, I will describe a few use cases. The first one, I like to mention that in the past year when we released this product globally, actually we have served more than 1,700 enterprises. And I'm very pleased to say that we are seeing positive impact we're making. Basically, throughout our architecture and product with our clients, we're making 2 million megawatt hour of energy saving per day. And at the same time, we're also saving at a daily basis 1,400 tons of CO2 emission. So I think this is just the beginning. We hope that with our partners, with our clients, we're making even more significant impact on the environment. The second case is not only we're providing these solutions, right, to our clients, but also we utilize in our own operation. Here is an example of Alibaba Group headquarters, which is a CC park. So in this park, actually, throughout the energy expert capability, we're able to do a few things. The first one is the forecast about energy consumption in this CC park. We're able to reach 95% accuracy. So basically, we forecast the trend of energy consumption for CC park. Second thing is we be able to optimize the consumption about the air conditioning. And the average is about 17%. The third aspect is we are able to, not only the air conditioning, but also different type of, the light, how to control, no busy time, and so on. So this level of optimization is about 30%. And also we utilize energy expert community capabilities to encourage our own employees to adopt low carbon behaviors, and 2 million times per year. Next, we talk about Fresh Hippo supermarket. This is a supermarket in China, belong to Alibaba Group. So basically, with this Fresh Hippo supermarket, we are able to deploy the carbon ledger capability of energy experts. What does it mean? Basically, Fresh Hippo supermarket is able to view the carbon emission in real time. We'll be able to do the accounting, year-to-date accounting of the carbon emission. We are able to helping this client to meet, the standard and the requirement about the government regarding this industry. And also, we let this client, so Fresh Hippo supermarket, to get their carbon ledger. So they can transform this carbon emission reduction into carbon credit. And in the end, we make it available to be transacted on the carbon market. So this is a full cycle about how we can, from the carbon footprint perspective, from the collection, certification to the, how to transact those carbon credit. The next one is a truck plant. So this plant also leverage energy experts, with the IoT device from the data collection and the governance perspective. And here you can see that we define the product life cycle assessment model. So for different steps of the production, for each of the production steps, we'll be able to define, the input parameters that is selected from the authority database. And in the end, we provide this assessment about carbon footprint. And this is an iterative way. The first time we'll plan, then the system provide optimization advice. So the company optimize again and again. Once optimized, we certify. And they obtain the carbon label as well as the exploitation requirements. And there are really a lot of various use cases about carbon footprint calculation, from the battery to the cotton clothes to agriculture and even to the Asian game mascot. So this mascot is utilizing energy expert to calculate its carbon footprint. Last but not least, we are also leveraging our energy expert community capabilities, to deploy the low carbon communities, as well as net zero subway in various cities. Okay, so throughout this presentation, I have summarized and provided an overview about what Alibaba Group is doing in terms of carbon neutrality, what kind of solutions we are making to make energy consumption optimization as well as reduction of carbon emission. I hope that all these products and the initiatives will help and make positive impact on the environment, and also can bring direct values to the enterprises and the organizations we are working with. Thank you very much. So now I'm inviting Raymond Xiao, my colleague, on the stage.
My dear guests, welcome, and it's my great pleasure to be here to present about our Alibaba Cloud's industry solutions. So, a lot of you may wonder, for industry solutions, how Alibaba Cloud plays and compare with all the other cloud providers. I think possibly this slide would give you a brief idea of what makes us different. We have this new slogan, make for the industry, make by the industry, for the industry. What does it mean? Let me explain a little bit on this part. As everyone knows that for Alibaba Group, we have a broad range of business that are serving our customers on daily basis, from retail, from logistics, to finance, and a lot more. Based on those best practices, as the underlying technology provider of Alibaba Group, Alibaba Cloud is being able to consolidate all those industry best practices and start to commercialize some of those capabilities into the products that we can offer to the market to help our customers to do the digital transformation. Let me go into some of those industry solutions. We start with finance. Financial inclusion means that the financial services will be easily accessible by anyone with the equal opportunities. In order to achieve financial inclusions, Alibaba Cloud has been partnering with one of the leading fintech companies in the world, Ant Group, to work on a portfolio that can help our customers to achieve financial inclusions. We call this a 5C solution framework. 5C stands for 5 core capabilities. These 5 core capabilities are targeted for different user groups within the organizations. Why is it? Because based on our best practices, what we find now is that for each of these capability and user group, they have different requirements and business pain points. In order to achieve and help them to solve the business problems, we have to speak in different languages. And that's what makes us different. We can go to a digital marketing or a channel team within the fintech company. We can talk about how we can help them to drive revenue and improve the customer experiences by offering our eKYC with remote customer onboarding, or maybe with the e-wallet functions and features. But of course, we also have plenty of products that can help our customers to further streamline the experiences of providing the services to their consumers. And on top of that, if we look into some of the other pillars, the capabilities, say for example, agility at the core, which allows the application teams to speed up their development using the cloud-native databases and middlewares. And for cloud infrastructure, which we provide a cost-effective cloud resources to speed up their cloud adoption. But of course, with the data, we target for the data engineering team within the organization. We can talk about how Alibaba Cloud's big data and AI portfolio would help them to get user insight and mitigate their compliance risk. But of course, the last pillar is about security and compliance, which is one of the top priority of Alibaba Cloud. And from that perspective, we provide an end-to-end security solutions and also the carbon neutrality solutions to help the organization to further achieve their ESG goals. Next, I'll talk about another solution framework that we have for retail. I think it should be quite straightforward to say that Alibaba Group, as one of the pioneers and practitioners of new retail, we actually have consolidated and learned a lot of these experiences along the way when we are serving our customers. And by working closely with Alibaba Group's different units, Alibaba Cloud actually has consolidated quite a lot of experiences and best practices of retail. And we were able to combine that and provide this complete portfolio to our customers. Regardless whether you are trying to starting up your new business, you are trying to attract more online or offline traffics, to the operations of the business by building an end-to-end e-commerce platform with the social commerce and mobile commerce, and to really the last mile of the retail business where you start to fulfill your orders. You are delivering this with your supply chain capabilities. Thanks to the technology provided by China Logistics, we were able to help our customer to fill in the missing gap here, which allowing our customers to build up their logistic automations with warehouse, with supply chain automations and digitalization, and a lot more. And for internet industry, what we've seen here is that computing power is becoming more and more important. And it's actually an essential factor that are driving business innovations in the future. By saying computing power, it can view that in multiple angles. Here, I show some of the customer examples that we have done to demonstrate those angles. From the very left-hand side, where a Japanese game developer, they leverage the cloud resources to speed up their delivery process and also reduce their IT costs. To the middle, where a retailer, by leveraging the AI capability to facilitate their image search experiences so that users can have a better shopping experiences. And to the right-hand side, where the computing power is starting to push into the last level, where it's starting to connect the dots between the physical world and the virtual world. And here is a showcase where we did for the Olympics. Now it comes to the exciting moment. I want to officially launch the new solutions. The first one, Alibaba Cloud Mobile Suite. We have so many experiences with mobile development, in particular, super app and mini program. We, based on those kind of technologies and experiences, we arrange this whole portfolio so that everyone can start to choose and pick whatever modules that you would like in this portfolio. And starting from building a mobile app or super app to the security hardening of the mobile app to the release cycle of the mobile app and operation, the data analytics, and customer engagement. How would you ensure that your customer, your mobile users, are using and getting their best user experiences? And to the last one, building an open ecosystem where you want more partners to be part of your business. This can be done all in this mobile suite. Some of the highlights, say for example, you want to secure the user remote onboarding experiences. You can choose our eKYC capabilities. If you want to ensure your mobile app is securely released, you can choose our mobile testing and mobile security armor. And a lot more. Those features are available on this mobile suite. One of the customer examples that I want to mention here is Gcash, Philippines' largest e-wallet. They have, during the COVID, a lot of users are starting to place orders online. How would you ensure that a sudden spike of those traffics would be handled in a secure and reliable way and more scalable way? Alibaba Cloud provides a mixture of products, including the cloud resources to help them to scale, and also some of the function and features of mobile suite to help them to do the digital onboarding and ensuring the mobile development lifecycle is streamlined. The result is quite encouraging. During the pandemic, the transaction has grown up 1,000%, which serving over 55 million of registered users and achieving a 3.7 times of MAU. Next, another new solutions that we'll be introducing is called DTC e-commerce. So DTC is a hot topic. A lot of SMEs in particular, they want to start their business, building their own online store anywhere. And DTC e-commerce solution is a one-stop platform where it consolidates all those best practices from Alibaba Group, from e-commerce capability, from payment capability, from logistic capability, and a lot more. And also, we are open to any partners to participation into this platform. And by leveraging the middle level of iPaaS, we are able to streamline and coordinate all those capabilities in a local environment. And ultimately, whenever a user adopts the DTC e-commerce solutions, they would be able to choose and pick whatever capability that are suitable for their current stage of their business. If you are a startup, you are more concerned about attracting new business. Maybe you can simply pick DTC commerce to quickly drag and drop by building your website and putting the ads on different channels to attract the users. Or if you are in the mid stage where you are more concerned about the user experiences, also the delivery power, you can choose and pick the delivery capability. And of course, we also understand that around the world, different countries have different flavors about the capabilities and the providers. That's why this iPaaS platform is open, and any local partners will be able to participate into this platform so that end user would have a more localized flavor when they are enjoying your experiences and your shops. Here is another example of adopting EDTC. A pet stop, they are facing challenges of their offline revenue growth. They want to boost up their revenue. They are exploring to putting their business online. By looking into the DTC solutions, they will be able to set up their online business in a very fast and reliable way. And also, they can subscribe to the mobility, the social media capabilities. The result is also quite positive. We can see that within the first month, they already achieved more than 1 million of GMV, and with an ROI of over 451%. And of course, about the increment about the fans in Facebook. That's also a very encouraging news for any SMEs. Okay, so that concludes my solution launch and introduction. If you are asking me what makes Alibaba Cloud different in the market, one of the key elements is the industry know-how and best practice. And I hope that can help to solve your industry problems together. And next, let me welcome an important guest from BP, Logan Guo, the Director of Digital Products, to come on the stage to introduce about the cooperation between Alibaba Cloud and BP. Welcome, Logan.
Thank you. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Logan from BP China. Thank you very much, Raymond, for the introduction. I think now you have already seen a lot of slides, a lot of fancy slides, right? So I guess it's a good time to change the flavor for a while, and that's why I'm going to bring this very concise one-pager to you. Today, I will briefly introduce what we at BP are doing together with Alibaba, especially Ali Cloud. So you guys might have already known that BP is in the middle of a digital transformation process. And during this digital transformation process, we have also defined and developed our China for China strategy a couple of years ago. We identified that the China market is very special in terms of digital ecosystems and regulations. And that's one of the reasons why we chose Alibaba to be our strategic cloud platform partner. Because nowadays, cloud platform is definitely one of the most important key building blocks in any company's IT landscape, right? And Alibaba Cloud is not just the biggest, but also the most innovative cloud service provider in China. So what we have done so far, we successfully landed a so-called landing zone with Alibaba Cloud Platform, where we have, well, a full visibility and flexibility to control and manage our cloud resources by leveraging the infrastructure as code, as well as the resource orchestration service provided by Ali Cloud. And this is a great experience, and now the internal customers can easily go to our internal ServiceNow platform, submitting a request if he wants to launch any application on the Ali Cloud, he simply submits the request, and everything will be automatically provisioned. I'm talking about the infrastructure resources. And we also enable the single sign-on feature with a seamless integration with our internal Active Directory, right? And this enables a very good role-based access management for our internal employees as well as our vendors, okay? So that they can easily go to our Ali Cloud platform console, do this technical work. And last but not least, I just said BP is in the middle of a digital transformation, but that's not the only transformation we're doing, right? Because BP has seen a much bigger mission for the good sake of human beings and our planet Earth. Oh my God, did I say planet Earth? It sounds like Optimus Prime from the Transformers movie. Yes, so BP is basically transforming from an international oil company into an integrated energy company. And we're not just talking in theory. We are turning our ambition into actions. We have set up a great ambitious goal that in 2030, we are going to be completely net zero, right? And that's also one of the reasons why we are collaborating with Ali Cloud so closely by introducing this energy expert into our IT portfolio, digital portfolio. What we have done so far is we have deployed, well, of course, Alibaba helped us deploy many IoT devices, electricity meters in our Taichung plant, which now can help improve the efficiency of the energy management, because before this deployment, before launching this platform internally, the factory workers, they have to go to check the electricity meters only by the end of each month, right? This is super, super inefficient. And with this solution, they can basically monitor and analyze the energy consumption in near real-time manner. And actually, it works like a charm. We achieved 15% energy saving by discovering that we have a, well, not so well optimized air conditioning control. I'm talking about the timing of the control, right? So the air conditioners would start simply from 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. in the morning, which is way too early. This is much earlier than the working hours. So the solution helped us discover this abnormal energy consumption, and later on we optimize it. And then we achieved a lot of energy saving. So this is basically the end of my content today, which is short and concise as I promised. But I'm pretty sure this is just the beginning of the strategic collaboration and partnership between the two great companies, between Alibaba and BP. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will return the stage back to our host.
Thank you very much once again, Logan. Thank you. Thank you to Raymond and William as well, to all of our keynote speaking. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a perfect timing. After you heard all the updates and information about our technology highlights and product, I would like to take this opportunity to have our new product and solution launch ceremony on the stage. So once again, may I invite Selina Yuan, please join us once again on the stage, along with William Xiong, Dr. Huang Rui, and Raymond Xiao, please join us once again on the stage, please. So right now, we are going to have this ceremony up here together. So once we are ready, we'd like to have all of you to help us and start counting down together. So wait for our signal here, okay? 3, ladies and gentlemen, join me. 2, 1. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is our new product and solution launch for today. May I invite all four to step forward? Please step forward a little bit. This marks a very important milestone to all of us here. This is one of the memorable moments we would join together. New product and solution launch from Alibaba Cloud, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to all four of our executives. Thank you for joining us up here for the new product and solution launch on the stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, not only this, I think from now, we'd like to hear from our partner. We are very welcome for our partner to join us up here on the stage. So please, a warm welcome to Daniel Gunawan, Managing Director, Accenture Cloud First Lead Southeast Asia, Accenture. Please welcome.
Distinguished guests, Alibaba, client, partners, I would like to welcome all of you. Ni hao, sawadee krap, selamat pagi, and I'm not sure whether there are any Filipinos in the room. I think if, yes, madanga ugama, I hope I said that correctly. My name is Daniel Gunawan, and I look after Cloud First for Accenture, and I'm very, very happy to be here today, very excited to be invited by Alibaba in this beautiful Phuket to have this partner speech. I think when I look at the topics, technology for innovation, I think it's super relevant. Technology is no longer the back office function or the supporting function for enterprises. Technology is now a fundamentals. Every client that I talk to, they need to transform. They need to transform to be relevant. And technology is definitely in the heart of it. If we look at the last couple of years with the pandemic, a lot of the way we work, the way we live, the way we play has changed. We need to have conference call to dial in. We need to use video call to connect to our friends and family. Our kids need to go to school from home. And all of that, we would not be able to do it unless we have the cloud. And of course, technology innovation. So to me, technology innovation is a very relevant topic, and when I look at the tracks that are happening later today, I was torn, right? Which one I want to go to, because all of them are super, super relevant for me. This slide, I talk about cloud continuum. So the reason why in Accenture we don't just talk about cloud, but cloud continuum, is because it's continued to evolve. Congratulate Alibaba on the new product launch. I mean, that's just an example on how cloud will continue to evolve. And using the example from the back to basics, where you can have this, by moving to the cloud, you can have it in your fingertip. Now, to me, that's powerful, right? And all this technology that you see around that cloud continuum will continue to evolve. And just by being in the cloud, you no longer need to worry about, am I continue to be on track with my technology adoption? You will have those technology in your fingertip. And a lot of the companies these days, coming out of the new normal, they need to migrate the application. They need to move into the cloud. In my discussion with all these enterprises, all of them are no longer saying, should I? It's a must. If they're not moving, they're looking at how to adopt cloud in their strategy. So cloud is definitely relevant. So I want to drill down a little bit about Accenture and the collaborations with Alibaba. A little bit about Accenture in Southeast Asia. We actually have been operating for the last 53 years, since 1968. 13,000, but including the Philippines Technology Center, we actually have close to 100,000 people. And in the last year alone, or 18 months, we actually have set up Innovation Hub in Singapore, where we focus on smart city. We actually set up 3 technology centers in Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia, which are focusing on different areas. So as you can see, in Thailand, we are focusing on metaverse experience. And from an Alibaba perspective, our relationship with Alibaba actually started off way before 2019. In 2016, we started looking at working with Alibaba, how to help our enterprise clients get into the cloud, Ali Cloud, and we're definitely seeing a lot of value that we can bring to our clients. In 2019, we created the Accenture Alibaba Business Group. And basically, these are the group that will focus on creating values, creating assets, creating jumpstart kit for our clients. Fast forward in September, basically this month, we are start looking at taking that partnership that has been successfully created and delivering value into Southeast Asia. And I'm happy to announce that in July, just the past couple of months, we were announced as Technology Partner of the Year and Business Industry Solutions, Best Business Industry Solution. So thank you, Alibaba, for giving us that awards. Okay, I was looking at Raymond's slide, so I'm not sure which version we were using, but to me, how do we bring values to our client? How do Alibaba and Accenture bring values to our client? It's about creating assets, creating jumpstart kit, creating these joint solutions so that we don't have to start from scratch. We don't have to always start from the basics. These joint solutions is about giving our client a head start. A lot of the retail business would need to start with a lot of commonalities, and therefore we create these joint solutions across the front end, middle, omnichannel, and back end that has been integrated, what Raymond also has highlighted, with all the Alibaba's partners, but we're also looking at extending these partners in Southeast Asia. But this is just one such solutions. We are looking at creating all these joint solutions with Alibaba so that we can bring these joint solutions to our clients. So again, it is about giving our client a jump start in what they need to do in starting their transformation journey. And I'm super excited in taking this into Southeast Asia and continue to work with Alibaba. Lastly, I want to talk about these 5 forces. And when I look at the agenda today, the breakout room, I think a lot of that are quite similar, has a lot in common. But the first one that I want to highlight is what we call total enterprise reinvention. In the past 5 to 10 years, we've been helping clients to transform digitally. Now, we believe our client need to reinvent. It is not about moving and becoming digital. It is about reinventing themselves to be more relevant for their customers. In the case of the BP example, I saw that it's about transforming, but they're changing what they do to be relevant. This is exactly what we are talking about. Total enterprise reinvention. How do we help our client to reinvent their business to make sure that they are no longer about providing services to their customers, but it is also about being part of their customers' lifestyle on a day-to-day basis. Total enterprise reinvention is just one of that 5 forces that we released early this year. And these 5 forces now part of what we use in Accenture to operate our businesses. Of course, we hear about the carbon footprint. I think that's sort of like matching with sustainability. Also in the topic, there are a lot about metaverse. Of course, talent is key for us, right? Because we are an integration company. And the ongoing tech revolution that will continue to drive what we need to bring to our client. So I'm very happy to be here today, very excited with the rest of the remainder of the day. As I was hearing from Mr. Aziz this morning, the ragi examples, that ingredient, I hope that Accenture and Alibaba can continue to provide that ingredients to help our client to innovate and transform. And with that, I would like to wish you all a fruitful day, the remainder of the day, and hopefully that you all get a good outcome from all the breakout tracks later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your great information and also your point of view as our partner speech a minute ago. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's that we hear out for industry trends, what is going to happen in the future now. So may I take this moment to invite Dane Anderson, is SVP International Research and Product for us. Please join us on the stage.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. It's really great to be here. Thank you to Alibaba for inviting me to come share our Forrester's views with all of you. It's really good to be here in person. I'm so happy to see you and not a screen, you know, this big and a camera about this far from my face. So it's really a pleasure to be here with all of you. For those of you who don't know who Forrester is, we're a global research and advisory firm. Next year we will turn 40 years old. And the most important thing to know about us is that we're an independent and objective research firm. So everything we do and everything we say is rooted in research in some way. And I'd like to share with you a little bit of that, about that research. Now, also, I want to apologize. I know we're a bit behind schedule, and you've received a lot of information. So if I talk too quickly and I rush too much, I apologize, but I just want to catch us up a little bit. So let's start. So I'd like to start with this piece of information. Every dollar of technology spending generates 1% of productivity gain versus 3% in prior decades. Now, it used to just be assumed that when you spent on technology that you would get this 3 percentage points, and that has dropped over the past decade to about a 1 percentage point. Economists have been trying to figure this out. Analysts like me have been trying to figure this out, and they're trying to understand why is this happening. There are other indicators too. I just saw, in fact, in the news this morning, the CEO of NVIDIA said Moore's Law is dead. And when at Forrester we track customer experience scores as well, they've also been leveling out. So we're seeing diminishing returns for tech spend. Because we are a research company, what we've done at Forrester is study the companies that are staying ahead. So who are the companies that are continuing to generate the returns on technology that they want? And what are they doing differently from everybody else? And that's what I'm going to share with you today. So let me talk to you about 3 key things. The first difference is that these companies are focusing on IT effectiveness, and they're reducing their focus on IT efficiency. IT efficiency is about consolidation and reducing costs, which is, of course, is valuable. But these firms are looking at business outcomes. And I could define IT effectiveness as the degree to which IT generates the desired business outcomes successfully in the right time, cost, and quality. And they're shifting this focus over to effectiveness and moving a little bit more from just this pure focus on efficiency. Number 2, if you look at the business strategy of these companies, they're focusing on customer obsession. So we evaluate companies in terms of how customer-centric they are. 8% are in this category, which we would call customer obsessed. Anybody you ask about the customer, they'll say, yeah, we're customer obsessed. But in fact, they really aren't to the degree that we think is necessary. So 8%, and these leaders have a customer obsessed business strategy. And then finally, they're moving over to what we call a future fit technology strategy, moving away from thinking of technology as a utility to thinking of it as a driver of business outcomes. So let me tell you more about what future fit is. You can read the definition here yourself. Let me focus on the chart. So a future fit technology strategy delivers 3 core capabilities. It's adaptive, creative, and resilient. So adaptive means that these businesses can reconfigure core business concepts to address new opportunities. So an example here would be Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered Bank leveraged what they have. They packaged it as a banking as a service offering for the Indonesian market to help SMEs adopt e-commerce quickly. So that's an example of adaptive. Then you have creative. This is the ability to identify new business opportunities and address them. One example here would be Commonwealth Bank in Australia. Commonwealth Bank launched X15 Ventures, which is trying to spin out, I think, 25 new ventures over the next 4 years. This is a partnership with Microsoft, KPMG, and SquarePeg. And then finally, these businesses are resilient. So if you think about COVID-19, we made a lot of plans in the middle of 2019. Those plans were pretty much useless after COVID-19. So we have to develop business plans which are far more resilient, which is something that these businesses do. I think Mr. Aziz earlier talked about the drones in Malaysia, which were helping them address some of the labor shortages. That's an example of somebody who's employing a resilient strategy. And then at the bottom here, I hope you all can see it at the back of the room, there are 3 core drivers for a future fit technology strategy. And from our perspective, these really replace people, process, and technology. They're platforms, practices, and partners. Let me talk a little bit more about each of these. Platforms. What platforms allow an organization to do is to take a little bit of code and have a very significant business impact very fast. Right? So the platforms, you're betting on companies like Alibaba or AWS or others. You're leveraging their technology capabilities. Platforms keep getting better. Essentially, no individual organization can compete with Alibaba when it comes to tech innovation, right? Or other hyperscalers like them. So you bet on those innovations, you apply some code, and you get the business benefit. Number two is practices. Practices are an organizational construct. And it breaks down the barriers or the silos between the tech organization and the rest of the organization. And you identify a business objective, you move from a project mentality to a product mentality, you give them a metric, you have them work together so that they don't always have to go up to the top of the hierarchy of the organization and back down, and they focus on the business objective with this practice. And then finally, you have partnerships, leveraging partnerships to identify co-innovation opportunities. Now, the one thing I will say about partnerships is most companies leverage partners they've used for years because they're comfortable with them. The CEO might have gone to school with this, the CEO of the partner. And the key challenge here and the key opportunity, I think, is to change or to challenge the status quo and the comfort to find new partners who can drive, who can help drive innovation with you. There are a lot of ways you can do this. I think you've seen this wave. This is one of the ways we help our clients select technology. This is a wave that we've done on public cloud container platforms in the first quarter of this year. And there are other tools like this from third parties that you can use to help identify the best partners. Okay, now let me talk a little bit more about cloud, because cloud really is a core enabler of a future fit technology strategy. And what I'm showing you here is a survey that we've conducted in Asia Pacific looking at cloud adoption across these markets. This would include public cloud, hybrid cloud, and hosted private cloud. Or sorry, public, private, and hosted private cloud. And you can see the numbers across all of the countries. I suspect this isn't too surprising to you. And two other things I'll tell you probably aren't going to be surprising either, but it can kind of validate what you might think you know. The first is that over 2/3 of these, of the market uses a hybrid cloud solution. So the human brain likes to think in binary ways. It's this or it's that. It almost never is, right? It's not a competition between public and private. Both win. Similarly, when it comes to public cloud, most organizations use multiple public clouds, right? So they have this multi-cloud environment. It's anywhere from 59% to 91%. So it is indeed a multi-cloud world. Now, there are three key themes of cloud adoption in APAC I want to call out. The first is that the cloud strategy has to align to the business vision and context. Somebody earlier today mentioned that it starts with the business challenge. I think Forrester would say it starts with a customer, and then you move back as opposed to from the internal considerations out to the customer. And this seems like a really simple thing to do, but we find many organizations don't actually do it. And when you address this properly, it's very, very important. The top challenge we found from a survey of our customers was that 22% of them said the top challenge was a lack of IT and business alignment. So that's the first piece. The second one is cloud native adoption. I think the key point here is that it's more than just technology. It's also about the culture and the practices and the skills. I'll talk more about this in a minute. And then finally, cloud leaders were advising them to focus on scenarios to accelerate their cloud adoption. We wrote a report recently, and we identified 18 cloud scenarios that you can pursue to accelerate adoption. There are things like maybe you want to set up a cloud center of excellence. Maybe you want to extend VMware to the cloud. Maybe it's about app modernization. But our recommendation is to take these scenarios and iteratively build on them to accelerate your adoption. So this next one, for any of you that like technical, busy slides with too much information, this one's for you. This is about cloud native, okay? And I definitely can't talk through each piece of this, but let me just call out a little bit. There were 3 Ps I talked about earlier: platforms, practices, and partners. And on the platform side, you can see the ways in which cloud native helps drive resiliency, manageability, and observability. And you can see the different types of progressions here that we are recommending our clients take. But it really cuts across apps, infrastructure, and the deployment architecture. And then on the practices side, you can see the migrations here to things like infrastructure as code, site reliability engineering, automation. If you look at development processes going from waterfall to agile to DevOps automation. So you see this automation theme coming up on the practices side as well. There's a lot more we can talk about here, but I'll leave it at that for now. So let me now wrap up with 3 key take-home points. So the first, let me move over here so you can read it. The first one is that a future-fit technology strategy allows you to break away from legacy and those constraints that I talked about earlier. Doing things the old way, it's just not working anymore, right? We have to shake out of that and do things in new ways. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So pursuing a future-fit technology strategy will help. Secondly, this type of a strategy built on the 3 Ps I talked about earlier: platforms, practices, and partners. These are the drivers of your transformation, I think, whether it's cloud or digital innovation. And then finally, as I said, the cloud is an irreplaceable piece of a future-fit technology strategy. But as my colleague and a cloud analyst, Charlie Dye, says, it's not cloud first anymore, it's cloud native first. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for your attention. It's great to be here. I wish all of you great success and for you and your organization. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shane, for all the great information you share with us here as a point from Foresters. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our panel discussions coming up on the stage here before we invite everyone and join for lunch together. So this is only our half-day event that has been happening. As I mentioned, since this morning that you'll be filled with experiences and excitements and all the fruitful information that we brought for you here. So we have about every information you need that has been shared on this day. So let us take a few moments here to set up and get things ready for our panel discussions. So I think everyone saw the agenda already, because next we'll have our 7 panelists that would come up on stage here, and they are going to be discussing about powering up digital transformation journey. So I think this is a very interesting topic here, and we'll have some time to talk and also discuss with our panelists, which will be here with us throughout the days that we are staying here in Phuket. So maybe after the sessions, if you have any questions or inquiries at all, don't hesitate to directly contact and share your point of view or information with 7 of our panelists here. So under that powering up digital transformation journey, it's a strategy for future-proofing competitive advantage. So let us hear from 7 of our panelists that would come up here, and then one by one we'll share on the stage. So I would like to firstly invite up on the stage Wan Yong Kang, Alibaba NTU President's Chair in Computer Science and Engineering and Associate Dean Research from College of Engineering NTU. Please join us. Coming along on the stage is Eng Cheong Shun, Chief Executive Officer, Tiger Broker Singapore. Please welcome on stage Saikri Saki Yofaldi, VP of Technical Operations, DNA. Please join us. คุณเสถียรบุญมานันท์ค่ะ CEO and founder of Metaverse XR. Calvin Shi, Vice President IT Enterprise Application Development and Integration, Genting Malaysia Berhad. Please join us there. Steve Miles, CTO, West Coast Cloud. Thank you for joining us. And lastly, Jason Xu, Lead Solutions Architect of Common Solutions and Ecosystem, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence. So these are our 7 panelists that will be up here on the stage. So for now, I leave the stage to you.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. So we have 6 practitioners from the different sector. You can see their names there, so I will not ask them to have a self-introduction to save time, so we don't stand between you and lunch. Bear with us. We'll have about like 30 to 40 minutes. We still have enough time for your lunch because lunch will end at 2 o'clock. So as the MC said, just the title of this panel session is Powered Up Digital Transformation Journey and Strategy for Future-Proof Competitive Advantages. Let me try to set the stage correct. So actually, digital transformation, to me, as a professor, is an integration of digital technology into all areas of business, fundamentally changing how it operates and deliver values to its customers. It also means actually culture changes that requires organization to continue to challenge the status quo, experiment, and get comfort with failures as well. So actually, with that, I'd like to get some specific questions for the panelists. For each question, I will cue some panelist member, and so you share some of your views, and we hope to get this done within 40 minutes. So actually, it's still in the middle of this COVID-19. As DPM Kim Swee-Kiat in Singapore said that COVID-19 has done something which what CEO and CTOs found hard to do, accelerating digital transformation. So how has the COVID-19 pandemic changed digital transformation trend or strategies in your organization? Or what are the successful innovative initiatives or best practices as your organization adopt over this period of time? I would like to Zachary, Sutton, as well as the Tian Chung to address this issue. Maybe start Tian Chung.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. So I think we need to shorten all our speech and sharing, but for sure later part we'll be around on this area, and just feel free to approach us to share more information, right? Call me TC. I'm the CEO from Tiger Brokers Singapore. So we are one of the leading and online retail brokers. So from pandemics, I think what I want to share a bit is we see the changes for sure, I mean in our personal lifestyle and also our business. But I see it's more positively. I see a lot of people start to accept a lot of service online. We used to give some tag on online service is not reliable, right? Whether is it good or not, because we don't know, we never used it before. But especially in the broking industry, in the finance industry, we see these changes and acceptance more obvious. So allow me to share a bit on what I prepared. So generally last time when people talk about online brokers, people will doubt that, hey, I mean, I never see you before, I pass on my money to you, will it be safe? And of course, thanks to the technologies and also the community network, we have our user give us a good comment and share it to the community. That start to bring us up to a lot of attention on our user. So pandemic really give us a lot of opportunity, and I'm proud to say is that actually Tiger Brokers financial industry do benefit from this pandemic. We see the rapid growth in our client base. We see people start spending more time online to engage with our application, to engage with our service. So definitely, I think pandemic forced us to speed up our digitalizations. I mean, even though we start online, but there's plenty lot of things we need to do for digitalizations. And it speeded us for 3 to 4 years faster to change our plan to make everything more digitalized. And I believe this applies to all the Alibaba partners here. So I would say is that is also a push factor for us to always explore and talk to our Alibaba service provider partners that introduced into all these events to share their experience and see how we can further do a lot of things in our process. To Tiger Brokers, digitalization changes is a lot of way. As just now the previous speakers mentioned about, it's not only on we thought that processing. I think in Tiger Brokers, we see the experience in digitalization is that on the front end, how we make our service more digital user-friendly, more easier approach, and people don't feel that holding a handphone with such a small screen that you have a limited information in there. But in fact, actually, we put in a lot of service and a lot of information inside. So on the middle part, we make use of the technology, the middle office, to do a lot of risk control, our monitoring process to be more easier to access. And actually, it's true. We cut out a lot of manpower and a lot of process from that. It's about efficiency. Beside from more, we concern about cost. From the back office angles, it gives us a lot of convenience on data storage, data retrieving. So these are the areas we see that give us a very good opportunity. And thanks to all these preparation and partners in this area, we benefit from the growth in Singapore market. Looking at our results that for the last 2 years in pandemic, we faced the good result and challenge, which is we see that like 270% growth in our accompanying and transaction. But of course, it gives us a challenge on how to handle them with the expected timeline, right? Accompanying within a day and the transaction speed and all these things still maintain at a very high industry level. So I think this is really what we see. The pandemic gives us the opportunity, and because we are ready with a lot of these partners and service, and this gives us a chance to really overtake some of the competitors and even be the lead in the industry. Yeah.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah, I'm Zikri, Technical Operation of Dana. So we feel the same thing. In Indonesia, pandemic is an issue, but also opportunity. So during this pandemic, actually, yes, we see that the offline transaction is declining, but the online transaction is organically increasing and in hyper growth. So we see in Dana in these past 2 years, previously, pre-pandemic, we only have less than 7 million transactions per day, but to date, in the past 2 years, we had more than 14 million transactions per day. And we handle 120 million users across Indonesia. And the most of the growth is just happened recently during the pandemic. So this opportunity also challenge for the engineering team, because the business is growing faster than we can catch up. Initially, we only operate in our own premises data center to serve their transaction. But due to the pandemic, the growth, the hyper growth, we need to think how to support the business without wasting the money. How to faster deliver the services without waiting to procure the machine, the servers for our data center, because procuring the machine is now different compared to the previous years due to the geopolitical and everything else. So what we did is we do the hybrid cloud. So our steady traffic handled by the data center, but once we have a promotion or a special event, we burst it to the cloud. So our microservices can expand the traffic to the cloud. So this kind of adoption should be done, because we need to optimize the utilization of our system to process the transaction. Because the business is never going to stop. They always delivering more features and features. And as a technology guy, we need to provide them the solution, adaptive solution, optimized solution, and giving most impact to the company. That's from our perspective, Professor.
Yes, I try to make it short, quick, but as useful as possible.
My name is Satyan from Thailand. We from company name Metaverse XR. So the question is post and pre-pandemic, what gonna change and what I do. First of all, I want to tell you about post and pre. Before we can call digital 2.0, but after pandemic, it's gonna be digital 3.0. It's conclude of Web 3, cloud native that make everyone together really fast, metaverse, immersive, or AI. Pandemic make people absorb or use online or even immersive metaverse faster, 10 years. And there are discussion, is norm or new normal or not. Now, after pandemic, as I see in the industry we do in Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and Laos, it's already new normal. So, because we do metaverse and immersive thing, there are discussion about it's gonna be real or not. I just want to give you information. Digital 1.0 to 2.0. The guy named Steve Jobs showed you the mobile phone and said, this is the future. It's from one time to be two time interact. Metaverse and immersive 3D gonna make it's gonna be 3 times. We can do immersive like we are here together wherever we are. We can see everything in 3D. And what we do for post-pandemic, we try to make all people across the world can see each other, can buy products, can do concert, can do meetings, real time, 3D like this. You can see like this in these years. So we work for a lot of big company, also Alibaba Cloud too. And for me, I believe digital 3.0 gonna change the world. So metaverse is one of that element, like doctor says. So anything we can help each other or you guys, I'm really want to. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So actually, a very important element of digital transformation is, of course, technology. And this morning, the keynotes and the partner sharing, we see more and more technologies are built upon into cloud architecture and also the cloud native solutions. So actually, my next question to the rest of 3 panel members will be, what in your view, what's the role of or long-term value of cloud in the path of digital transformation or business innovation? So we start with Calvin.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelvin from Genting, Malaysia. Earlier, I heard a lot of speakers talking about for cloud today is no longer people asking, why are you going to cloud? It's a fundamental, it's something must have. And I very much agree to it. And I also want to share my view that the role of cloud is really about developing business agility, right? And it actually equips each organization with the ability to respond fast and also to be able to pivot to a different direction when things really doesn't work out as per plan. So this is really what I see one of a very critical and important role of a cloud. And today, cloud technologies also will enable us to be able to connect to our core customers and to provide them the kind of right service in the right times, and also to deliver an exceptional experience to them to really enrich their life. That's what I think. Thanks.
Thanks. Jason?
Good afternoon. So I think today we discussed a lot regarding digital transformation. And in my opinion, means for cloud, our role in the digital transformation is more like an innovation partner with our customers. So I think 3 angles. So firstly, so cloud just makes the customer to consume the new technology much more easier than any day before. So So we take care for all the like the scalability, virtualization, high performance, security, all things for you. So what you need to do is just to pick up the new technology you want to use and use it. So shorter the consumption of the new technology, much more easier. So the second point is cloud can be a platform to communicate all the ecosystem or all the partners to support the total solution to our end user. So it's by natural that we cloud as an infrastructure to run all the workload, no matter the public cloud or private cloud. So the traditional ISV or technical partners, they all have all the same chance to move their solution to cloud. So by to go work together with our partners, our ecosystem, we can offer a total solution to our end user to support their innovation. So last but not least, so I think we have previously shared a slide regarding how much enterprises have already adopted cloud technologies, more than 80%, no matter public cloud or private cloud. So at the back is all the data already be moved to cloud. So for digital transformation, the data is the key things. All the big data or data analytics or machine learning, they all depends on data to generate more insight, to bring more innovation. So cloud can be the fundamental platform to support this transformation for the future innovation. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Sure. Steve?
Thank you. To keep it simple, I think cloud is the enabler. It's the platform enabler for digital transformation and business innovation. Technology is the way that we're going to, it's the most sustainable way to gain competitive advantage. There are many ways to do it, but a technology platform is probably seen as the most sustainable way to do that. So cloud is just the evolution. It's the next step in a technology estate, and so it's just simply another way of delivering technology needs to a business. And its choice, its option, its flexibility, its control, whether it's private cloud, whether it's public cloud, it is just another way of delivering those needs, delivering the outcomes. We're not selling technology, we're selling an outcome. But I think, why do people use cloud? They're going to use cloud for many different reasons, and probably sometimes the wrong reasons. And there's an expectation or realization that wasn't delivered. But I think the real reason why people use cloud, or people need to use cloud, is simply to access a set of unique capabilities and services that just aren't available with traditional IT delivery models. And I think that's key. And so it also provides, on top of that, the flexibility and sometimes the cost model. So people say it's cheaper. Not always. It's not always cheaper if it's not done correctly, and we don't use a cloud native approach. So it's we can definitely use the consumption model to move away from a traditional capex model. But so the number of those values that can bring, we talked about the new capabilities, talked about the innovation that's available from the cloud providers. Don't build it, consume it. That just builds some technical debt where we build platforms, we maintain them, we have to manage them. But it gives us, what does cloud give us? Faster time to value, that competitive advantage that we need. Scale and growth, again, unique set of capabilities that we can't get on-prem with scale and growth. All about automation. Digital transformation is automating a business process or any process. Elasticity and scale. And I'll be careful with my words here, the economics model as opposed to saying cheaper, because I think it's a consumption model, and it changes the cost model for business from CapEx, well, from OpEx or to CapEx. So not necessarily cheaper, but it does give you more flexibility. It can be cheaper depending on what services you deploy. That just allows us to use, and just wrap up by saying, I think things like I was saying, is use what you need, when you need, how much you need, where you need it, and on a cost model that works for your business. I think that's all for me on that point.
Sure, thanks, Dr. Steve. So now I want to touch on another aspect of technology is the security as well. Ray mentioned this in his talk. Security is the key to the digital transformation. Actually, at the start of COVID-19 pandemic, the need to digitalize was accelerated as companies are rushed to meet the customers' needs. And actually, however, research results show that there was risk involved in the process. Specifically, 82% of IT and the C-suite executives have reported one or more data breaches after implementing new technology within their infrastructure. Now, considering the increasing risks of cyber attacks and the ransom, what have you done or what are you planning to do to enhance your security and the governance during your journey of digital transformation? I would invite the three panelists, Zachary, Steve, and Jason to address or share some of your thoughts on this topic.
Okay.
Maybe Zachary.
Dana as the mobile wallet, of course, put the security matters very seriously. Since the beginning, even prior to the pandemic, we already using the web application firewall, anti-DDoS, and also using more technology related to security, including the HIPS, to ensure our every host is secure, not only from viruses, but also from detecting some behavior or patterns. Because recently, many attacks is targeted attack, which the codes or the malware is designing specifically for you. Then we need to ensure that we can detect and contain that kind of attack. Moreover, in terms of the governance, we starting to certify some of our staff to become the DPO, data protection officers. Since our government is about to announce the new laws for data privacy protection, it's Indonesian version of the GDPR from European GDPR. So we trying to ensure that we prepare well when it comes to the data protection. Since in financial industry, we really securing our PII data. It is very important for us to keep the information safe. Our merchants, our user, and every stakeholder that stored information in our system.
Thanks. Jason?
Yeah, so for cyber security attack, I think one of the most important things we need to identify what attack is. So like most popularly, they are like SQL injection or password hacking or malware, DDoS attack, etc. So Alibaba Cloud, we offer quite a lot, wide range security services to address different cyber attack. Because we run our own Double 11, so we are one of the biggest, commerce event in the world. So at that day we got quite a numerous attack that day. So that's why we can improve or practice our security services. One more thing I want to mention is ransomware. You mentioned ransomware. So ransomware is a little different. It's more like a theft we got in your house, but it will not steal anything at the beginning. It will try to be there for a long time. Very long, I mean, before they really encrypt your file. So if this, we call it a kill chain, make the protection a little harder compared with other attacks. Because for DDoS, where you realize there's DDoS, you enable your anti-DDoS to protect or defend. But for ransomware, it's a long kill chain. You need to be a little more careful or be more smart to address. So usually you can consider three different approaches. So firstly, you can try to prevent the thief to get into your house. Like you enhance your two-phase authentication, more regular vulnerability check, or set up a much better password, etc. So never click any suspicious link in your email or short message, but that way to prevent the thief getting into your house. But once the thief gets into your house, we still have an approach like our security center to have to put in a honeypot to try to catch the thief before they really impact your asset. So, but again, once your file be encrypted, so it lets you know that backup is really works. So it's always a lesson learned or best practice to back up any of your important files regularly and in a safe place, not on the same server, but in a different room, right? So in that way, to ensure even your file is encrypted, you still have an approach to recover and reduce your damage. So I think that's what I can share from the ransomware protection point of view.
Sure, thanks, Jason. Steve?
Thank you. So yeah, as a distributor, we have 700 retailers. And so what we've seen is an increase from foreign state actors. We saw the Nobilium attack, which was a supply chain. And so we are at the top of that supply chain. So it just requires to compromise one account at that level who has maybe not provided due diligence from somewhere to then compromise the flow down, so compromise accounts. So what we've taken is an outcomes-based approach where we look at the kill chain, and from that kill chain we make sure that we're protecting each threat, each vector across that kill chain. And so we don't take a product to then work out how it protects us. We work out what we need to protect, and then we use the appropriate technology or solution to do that kill chain. And so the two key the key points from a CISO's perspective that we're trying to adopt, we're trying to educate is around first level. It's control, identity, and access management. That's the first level. Identity is the new security plane. And so it's control, identity of access, and then it's monitor activity. I think that's one of the key things. Understand what's happening in your network, because it's really quickly to be compromised, but it really takes a really long time to realize, and to realize that you've got data leak. We see is too many people with too much privileged access, and not enough threat intelligence or no threat intelligence. So not being able to not having insights, but more importantly, not having actionable insights. And so I think the key thing is, first thing is increasing security posture. Posture management is the first thing, and like creating a secure score. And we say maybe that the first line of defense against ransomware is backup, but actually some people could challenge that and say the first line of defense is education. And so there are a number of tools now that have built-in education and learning into that, and that's the first point. But then it needs to be the visibility of visibility and remediation. That's where we talk about SIEM and SOAR tools. So we need that visibility, but then we need the orchestration and the remediation of those activity. Only then, I guess, then we should start looking at strengthening access control, MFA, conditional access policies, defense in depth strategy, and I think the two key things there are zero trust and defense in depth, because the perimeter is no longer available, and so we need to think about that. And then I think the last thing is actually securing the actual workloads themselves. So I think there's four areas we could look at. So secure email, secure data, secure applications, and secure network.
Sure, thanks, Steve. And another important topic this morning's keynote session addresses was the ESG aspect of running a company. So actually, William mentioned Ali Cloud had this really good product suite to support the ESG. And so I would ask another question, how do you think of this digital technology will enable or empower the company to achieve the sustainable development goal? I would ask Chen Chung, Calvin, and Sutton to address this.
Okay. From the finance industry brokers wise, I think that it's definitely a key, especially for us, we take ourselves as online brokers. I think one thing, the keyword in this morning when I listened to a lot of all this sharing, I realized that the financial business is no more that, hey, come, I have a financial product for you. In fact, a lot of the service, a lot of the technology, I really want to hear from the partner here to use it into our industry, into my business here. So as for examples, I mean for us, right, I mean we have a platform for you to log in, to have your information, then you do a transaction. Is it that simple? It's not. Looking at type of brokers nowadays, we do online selling. Now, of course, we sell our knowledge, we sell our cost, but of course it's free of charge, it's zero. But we still need a very stable video streaming environment in order to make all this webinar, all this content can really smoothly and good user experience to reach out to the customer. And you're looking about, let's say, logistics, all right? I mean, it's about all this technology using in logistics. We do involve in part on that also because we do have our merchant. We need to reach out to our customer to let them remember us, that all these service and also the brandings. So I think for definitely for sustainable growth and for business to continue to grow, I see it that way, that it's no more what I want from the partner and what, hey, Alibaba, I mean, what I need this, can you help? But it's more like, hey, what else you have can share with me, and what is the new technologies that other partner is using. And I will see this ecosystem, it will be not only helping the one industry to grow, but it's really a whole ecosystem on how we can do a lot of different things in the cloud environment. Yeah.
Sutton?
Okay. Sir, your question is the new technology, just like cloud, how we use with partner to sustain our business, right?
Yeah, to support or empower your sustainable development objectives.
Yeah. From the last question, this is going to be continue. What I believe in the future is going to be Web3, clouds, really fast cloud, and immersive 3D. I just want to point you one thing. In the future, after post-pandemic, there are something called, before is fat application, thin protocol. After this, it's going to be fat protocol, thin application. What I mean, you guys know Facebook, you guys know Google. All of these guys use HTML or Linux to make their biggest in the world. But HTML or Linux got 0 cents from them. With Web3, with blockchain, in the future, we can do middle protocol. Let's imagine if all of us who use Facebook, use Google, pay only 1 cent to HTML protocol. That company is going to be the biggest in the world. So in the future, if I believe in 3D, immersive, Web3 that distribute all asset to anybody, the clouds like Alibaba Cloud or even native cloud is so good that I listen to, can support people who do multiplayer, 3D, immersive, and create their own thin app on the FAT protocol. This is the infrastructure that I really want to. And what I gonna do, I really want to make middle protocol, even backend or metaverse that support people who use Web3 to create their own metaverse or real-time 3D AR that we can see each other. Do everything same as the real world with virtual world together same time. So the clouds is the most The cloud that's fast enough, big enough is the most important for me, sir.
Okay, thanks, Sutton. Calvin, any thought on this topic?
Yeah, I'm actually seeing all these digital technologies, whether be it the smart energy management, robotics, digital twins, and also a wide range of cloud service that shared by the previous few presenters. I'm saying all this will actually help organizations to be more efficient and also lower their digital footprints. And it's actually a precursor for any organizations to really want to build a more resilient and also sustainable business. And for Genting, in last couple of years, we have been building many digital engagement as well as online to offline kind of capabilities, from virtual cards, from mobile digital key, mobile QR tickets, and also mobile wallet. And we also teamed up with Alibaba to build our theme park virtual queue around the AI technologies. You're welcome to visit our Skyward theme park if you have time after this. And yeah, thank you. And all this is actually built around what I call our resort-wide 4L initiative: cardless, cashless, contactless, and one more queueless for our theme park. And with this, it's actually not only allow us to outlast the 2 years of pandemic period, it also allow us to provide an exceptional customer experience to our guests. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So in light of time, now I would like to invite to close this session. I invite each of the panelists spend like one sentence about summarize your view about digital transformation. How about we start from this side? Tian Xiong?
My pickup point from this event is unlimited potentials, and definitely together is power. We need to see, or I hope to see and learn more from different areas of the partner, how their successful story is. And as management, also for the leader of the company, you will be able to adopt it into your own industry and use it.
Yeah, for me, digital transformation is inevitable because the business growth is very fast. So just prepare the resource, the knowledge, and the best practices so we can adopt it faster for our customer.
Yeah. For me, digital information, the highest that's going to be is digital economy. In the future, people can see each other from everywhere in the world, can work, can sell, can do activity to each other, real time. 3D like us, anywhere in the world, can shopping, do activities, same thing. US, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, we can see each other like here and do anything like global. Yes.
Sure, thanks, Stan. Kevin, your thought?
Yeah, for me, digital transformations is, you have to be business oriented, right? Whether be it cloud first, cloud smart, you have to align to business strategy, like just now what shared by the gentleman over there. I like it very much. You will not have a successful digital transformations if it's not relevant to your business. So this is one of the very critical points before we start any digital transformation.
Sure,
Thank you.
Jason?
So for my side is Alibaba Cloud together with our partners and the ecosystem are ready to help our customers to perform the digital transformation.
Steve?
So informed decision making, I think, is of the heart from insights. and data, but it's predictable data, and so yeah, it's all about data, but it's that's how we can make a competitive advantage from insights that we can get to make the right decision to stay competitive, to stay ahead.
Sure, thanks, Steve. This actually concludes our panel session. I would thank all the audience for your being with us. And finally, let's put our hands together for a round of applause for the panelists.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Big more, one round of applause to all the panelists up here. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of your time and your contributions, for coming up here, sharing all the fruitful information. And we love to hear from all of you. Thank you once again. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually moving towards the morning sessions. I know I don't want to take your time away from your lunch. It's already very late now. Well, just a quick inform that I would like to tell everyone here. In the afternoon session, we'll be breaking everyone into a breakout sessions. We have actually 4 tracks. So please feel free to choose the track that you are interested in. So just to inform everyone, once again, in track 1 is about retail and logistics. Track 2, financial services. Track 3 is media, gaming, and Web3. Track 4 is cloud native and enterprise IT governance. So please feel free to choose it, and we'll start the afternoon sessions at around 2:30 p.m. So you have time to enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you for the breakout sessions. Then one more thing, just if you enter in each of the breakout sessions, if you're the first 20 attendants there, we have a small gift. All right, you'll be one of the lucky persons. If you're there, first 20 person, you'll get a small gift from all of us here. So towards the end, one more important thing. Please don't forget to contact our registration table, our staff over there, if you need a transportation to go to the airport. Just recheck with them once again, okay, just to make sure that we taking care of the transportation for all of you. Thank you once again for all of your time and your contributions with that. We hope you had a great time, and hopefully all this great information has been brought to us. Enjoy your time, enjoy your staying here in Phuket, Thailand. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ